Hello everyone, welcome to Chrono Cross. Any percent good inning? Apologize for the delay. Alright, we get Orca starting off. You always start off the game with the third random character. Be one of the 20 characters. This game actually has a very large cast with 46 characters that you can recruit. It doesn't have an impact on the game. I have never seen that bat there before. That threw me off. We can actually run away from any fight. Just takes about 20 seconds between loading the battle and loading out. Our stats are also fixed here. We're seeing a little bit in the future. Just remember this place for later. And let me know how the audio is, please. Thank you. I probably have to update the title. Time for some foreshadowing. Excuse me, I'm still trying to get a little bit set up here. We do have a donation incentive in this run to save kid, or not to save kid. I'll cut it off at Fate, which is about 6 hours into the run. Saving her, we normally don't do. It's about a 5-minute detour and adds in a few extra scenes. So if you want to see that, donate. If you want to keep the speedrunner mentality, donate it against it to not save her. Yo, Charles, thanks for the good luck and awesome job on the Bruffire 2 run. For the route, pretty much whoever we can recruit early on works out well for the speed run, so we won't be going out of our way for anyone. We'll be turning down Kid at first. This causes a loss of a few minutes, but it's needed for to get to one of the mini waifus of the game, Lena. Lena asked us to get some scales so that she can make a necklace for us. So why not? About 6 hours in will be the cutoff. Will be after the Fade fight. I'm gonna buy 2 fireballs here. Just gonna make it so I can run without holding a button. The other thing I did was I adjusted the hit bar. By default, you'll see soon here that there's a level 1, 2, and 3 attack. And by default, if you hit like a level 1 attack, it'll scroll down to level 2, but I just want it to be static. That's another setting I changed there. We want a few drops here. I want the feather, 2 humors, and a feign. Oh, lovely. Hey, there we go. So by landing hits, you build up element levels. So the 2/2s got me up to level 3. I don't have a level 4 element at this point. As you gain more levels, your element grid grows out. 2 bones. XP doesn't work like a traditional game. Pretty much you get your main stats after defeating a boss, which I just call a star level. There is a thing called a mini star, which is like a preview of your level up. Between star levels, after X amount of encounters, you'll get that mini stat up. But for the most part, I won't be getting. There's some much later in the route, in the run that I'll be getting. The game uses an AP system that's kind of hidden from the player to determine turns. Enemies have a random starting AP, and then after they take their turn, whatever that AP value is for that enemy, that's how many actions it'll be before they take their turn. So those Komodos, for example, have 18 AP. What consumes AP? Level 1, 2, or 3 attack uses 1, 2, or 3 AP respectively. Casting a spell, it consumes 7 stamina, but it only uses 1 AP, and then defending is also 1 AP. Yes, we'll begin Glen in this route. So this is the Mama Komodo fight. More lovely misses. So right now we're in the negative stamina, but the game pretty much says that you're in the negative. We're going to give you X amount of stamina. That'll become clearer later on, be easier to explain. Oh. This run's going great so far. Pretty much 3 2s and a fireball plus 2. We'll take out Mama. Hey, you got a feather. So there is a backup for the feather. It takes about 15 seconds to get. Coming up, I'll have an important dialogue box to answer. Lena's second question, I'll have to say, I'll never forget this day, and that's needed to recruit her later on. Lena's very important because she's a blue innate and can use the Frog Prince summon. This game is a sequel to Chrono Trigger, but it's best to think of it as its own entity. There's kind of loose connections between the games. Where Chrono Trigger, you time travel between different timelines. This game's more about two parallel worlds. A world where Surge lived and a world where he died. Right now we're in home world where he lives. But we're about to enter another world where he died for reasons. We'll never forget this day. Yeah, so there's 6 elements in the game. I just refer to them as colors. Black and white are opposite to each other. Blue and red are opposite to each other. And then yellow and green are opposite to each other. Some summons, like the Frog Prince, can only be casted by someone with that color innate. So Frog Prince is a blue summon, and that's where Lena's needed. Here's where Surge ends up entering the other world. Boy, what you doing on the ground? Pretty neat casually. Kind of the mystery. You have the opening sequence with the 4 Dragoon, and you kind of wonder, like, is it real or was it all a dream? And then this weird event takes place where all of a sudden, like, we were just fighting Komodos and all of a sudden this guy's just like friendly with one. And we're gonna find out going back to the Cape, or sorry, not the Cape, but Lizard Rock, that the enemies have changed. Hitbox on the fishes are weird. Yes, the good ending, as Diane was saying in chat, is using the Chrono Cross on the final boss to save Scala. Where in the bad ending, you don't use the Chrono Cross. For English, it'd technically be about a minute faster to not get the Chrono Cross and just beat up on the Time Devour. But that's not the right thing to do. We have to save people. Yes, the Scala Magus sister. In the year 12,000 BC, she was thrown in a time warp hole with Lavos, and together they're merging together to become a new entity, the Time Devourer. The game doesn't a lot of plot happens and the game doesn't tell you, and then it backfills it quite a bit at the end, and it doesn't quite explain everything. Oh yeah, I need 2 humors. Or 1 humor and then on drops. 1 humor can work. Actually, if I don't get the humor here, I'll be finding another beach bomb and I'll actually get the mini star that I was talking about earlier. The mini star only affects the active characters, so it's not worth going out of your way for. I got 2 humors, great. Most enemies have a common drop and a rare drop. The common drop is always a 90% drop, and then the rare is a 10%. The common drop from one of these guys, I think it's Salt. He has a ivory vest which we can use to disassemble for a humor. So we just arrived at our grave. We're hinted that he said we would be here. Ah, there she is. Kid tested, mother approved. This fight, along with a few others, is a tutorial fight, but also their HP is locked in until they kind of done their spew of the tutorial. So at the beginning I'm going to be defending here, because any damage done won't count. Their HP is locked in at 30k. Salt is the trigger to do the talking. You'll see as I land attacks, I hit percent goes up. Another important aspect of the run is taking advantage of buffered inputs. You'll see on the lower left-hand screen, the bar will go red and then gray. The red is a buffered input, so you can have 2 buffered inputs. So if I do it like a 3-3, even if the enemy is like 1 turn away from going, as long as I buffer that input, I'm gonna be taking my turn. You'll also notice in the upper left hand corner there's a field element there. The more of a color that's on the field, the stronger your attacks will be if you're that innate. Bone, no helmet. That's fine. I'll get more into that field in a bit here. I have to turn down kid here 3 times. If I don't, it's GG run. I do try to say the spoilers as the run happens, but that Time Devour one doesn't really come out naturally until literally you're right there. Like there's something else I haven't told you, and we'll wait. But having the knowledge I told you is important to realizing and understanding certain events later on. Hey, we did the thing. We'll still get a chance to have Kid join us later on. Be rewarded Lena and Posho. We could have recruited Posho before we went to a Lizard Rock. I always want to say it's the Cape, but we're at the Cape right now. But having Posho in the party doubles the HP for enemies at the Lizard Rock, so it's not worth it. We just happen to get Posho as a little bonus here. You may have started to pick up that characters have some neat accents, dialect. In Homeworld, this is our home, but we learn here that our mother is MIA. This person's been living here for 5 years. Yeah, I think Posho's the only one. You can get to Mojo now. Well, I didn't get the tooth. Stat ups are random, so you'll be hearing me talk a lot about strength and to some degree magic. Right now, having our strength on surge is nice. If he lags, it's alright because we'll be dependent on some other characters, but there's certain points where I'm gonna want him to catch back up. Her HP's locked in, but I'm gonna use this as an opportunity to get some levels on Lena. She's up to level 3. They do a little tutorial here about turning black. Or just turn elements in general. So instead of a white innate, Surge is a black innate right now. Using turn elements on a character does not increase their magic damage, but it will make them hit as if they were that innate. So right now, Surge's physicals would be equivalent of, it's like attacking as a black innate. Fun. Casting spells, like if Lena casted a blue spell as a blue innate, she does have a boost from that compared to if like Surge or if Posho did it. But there's no if Lena uses a red element, which is the opposite of blue, there's no penalty for her casting it. Yeah, if you use a turn element, so Surge being turned black in that case, any spell that was white, you would take more damage too. Like later on, we'll be using turn red on certain enemies, and that's to allow Frog Prince, our blue magic, to do more damage to them. So it's a little bit weird how the turn elements work. Basically, if you turn the ally the opposite color, they'll do more damage physically. But if you want to do more magic damage to someone, turn them the opposite color of whatever spell you want to use. So here we have 3 different characters that we can recruit in the party to let us into Viper Manor. Once we go down that path, we're locked in. We're going to be going for Pierre. He's just the fastest way to get into the fort. Other 2 characters are Nikki, the Rockstar, who you go through the forest with, and then Guile, who you'll go the backcliff way to Viper Manor. And we're given another chance to have a kid in the party. We'll take her up on the offer this time. It's a nice strength on kid. That's really nice to have. She starts off with 6. We're going to be getting the Profiteer Purse. It's an accessory that increases the gold you gain from battle. We're actually not going to use it for that, but we're just going to disassemble to get the iron. Iron's a very rare commodity at this point in the game, but it's going to make very powerful weapons for us. We're going to make a steel swallow and a steel dagger. In addition to increasing your attack power, it also raises your hit percent. Here's Mr. Pia. And you'll see me often try to do these what look to be silly movements. And all I'm trying to do is get my party, the Krail, together a little bit better. Otherwise they do a slow movement to get to their objective. We'll see it more later on. Actually, after I get the medal and turn into Pierre, we'll see our characters kind of cluster together. Again, I'm going to do a movement to try to get my characters corralled a little bit better. And we get the French swordsman. So we had Jean, the French frog swordsman in Breathfire 2. And now we got Pierre. Wait. I want Pierre to be in the lead here. Coming up will be a fight where whoever's first in the party will be dying. Be a chum. Ooh la la. Can't barge in. Yeah, we can. Any glitches? Great question. There are a few glitches, none of which we really use for the speedrun. I say that, but there is one tech skip that saves about 10 seconds. I'm debating on if I should do it or not. Could beat evil and do a glitch in the glitchless marathon. This particular glitch that I'm referring to is, yeah, a tech skip. The other ones, I guess you could kind of debate it if it's a glitch or not, but there's an item called the Dragoon Glory that you get for seeing the flag and getting Viper's level 7 tech. You can actually keep looking at the wall over and over again, and you'll keep getting Dragoon's Glory, which is an accessory with 3 attack power and 2 magic. It's really powerful, but it's not worth us going our way for. But nothing game breaking. There's like no sequence breaks, nothing like that. You can call in their older brother Ketchup. It's got the sauce. And this is why I want Pierre in the front. And their HP is locked in, so I'm going to defend here until they do revive. Sauce. Once Ketchup gets down to half health, I'll trigger him to use a triple tech. What are you doing? Triple tech. Flame knock. Flame knock ends up killing Pepper and Salt off. Batter up. Keep reaching for my splits. They're not there. Hey, you can get a magic ring there. I did not. It's a nice drop to get. Husband Akira Toriyama. Recommend those names. He finds condiments and food names to be hilarious. We need a key to enter the manor here, so I'll be going to feed the dragons. There's a different reward based on how many times you feed the dragons, but the bare minimum reward's all I need. Her parents actually set the first 10 times it's 235 14 235 14. Actually, I take that back. Not quite that. One, two after this. There is a possible guard skip here. If we lure in the guard on the left to the guards up here, but it's very inconsistent. And we're doing a no glitchless marathon. Yuck. Since I didn't get the ivory helmet earlier, I'm gonna steal the helmet here. It's an accessory, but I more or less want it for disassembling for a screw later on. This puzzle you can never get to right the first time. I want you to go through here. So we're entering Viper Manor for reasons. I don't know what the reasons are, but... Or I don't recall. The kid has her own objective. if you actually don't have Kid here in your party, she comes and knocks out the guards. Takes quite a while to do though. Also switch the camera to dynamic. Allows for faster menu inputs later on, especially when using turn elements. As you can see, every time I use AEP, someone else gains stamina back. For the most part, characters are in a positive stamina refresh ratio, where they have a stamina recovery of 10 or more. So for example, Surge has a stamina recovery of 10. So for every AP spent, he gains 1.0 stamina. Where Kid has a stamina recovery of 12. So every AP spent, she gains 1.2 stamina back. Some characters have a negative recovery, like 9. Don't recall, there's 8. Want to avoid the middle of these halls here. There's a little lava lamp that will drop down from the ceiling. The Dragoon honor that I just picked up is the accessory with 1 attack power, 1 magic, and 1 hit percent. So very nice. 3131. It's a good low code. Passwords say nothing. Free sword. And we'll be seeing turn elements in use here. So this enemy coming up is a green innate. Will be turning Surge yellow, and he'll be doing more physical damage to him. As I was mentioning earlier, the field element, the colors in the upper left hand corner also affect the power, which so turning Surge yellow, the more yellow on the field will increase his physical hits, as well as increase the amount that yellow elements will do for damage wise. Having a green element on the field will cancel it out. So 1 yellow, 1 green, it basically is a neutral state. And then any other colors can be considered as neutral as well. Upper left hand corner, we have the yellow, yellow, blue. Casting this yellow will push the blue out and the yellow out. So we're still like +2 with yellow. Good job, kid. Push Bastion. Hopefully it doesn't poison. Did not. Good. Nice. Surge got day strength, so he's at 13. So he's doing alright. And I gotta remember the code from earlier, which was 31. And here we're going to be getting a very good accessory, the Dragoon Gauntlet. That's 3 attack power. Very important. Later on, we need to bless RNG for the common drop. For a Dragoon Gauntlet to drop. It's quite amazing. Most of the good items are actually the common, and it's when you get the 10% rare that you cry. If I would have got that Ron, I would have dropped down and kind of had to go through there again. We actually do get a little bit of plot here. Basically, this cutscene's gonna explain the 2 parallel worlds. What a nice little girl. Letting down the old man. Kill him, yeah. What's she talking about? We will be fighting Marcy here in a moment. She has 2 health triggers. At half health, she'll use Cat's Cradle. And then when she's down to a quarter HP, she'll use Ice Blast. The Cat's Cradle we can't avoid, but the Ice Blast we definitely want to avoid. She has 7 AP. So at the start of the fight, I'm going to use a 3-3 with Kid. And the hope is that Marcy will go. And then using up 6 AP, followed by another 3-3, maximizes our turn. It essentially gives us 5 free AP. Excuse me. I'll highlight that more later on with some fights. It's a little bit easier to see the turn order. Here's the cat's cradle trigger. Lucky. No, I'm just kidding, that's not lucky. Two. Let's do it this way. Hopefully get the Ice Blast. Got the Ice Blast. Ice Blast is a common drop. Again, the rare would be not so good for us, which is the Iron. Ice Blast is the level 4 element. With your spell grid, you can pretty much cast or put any spell in, for the most part, to any slot. So the level 4 spell can be put in a level 1 slot. It's always best to use the most powerful element in a low level slot. Like if you had your choice between using a level 1 spell in a 4 slot or just simply putting the level 4 element in the 4 spot, it's best to use the level 4 spell. Likewise, in a level 1 slot, Ice Blast is better than using Aqua Beam, which is the level 1 spell. Well, if you love Kid, you can donate to have us save her, because by default it takes time. In a speedrun, we want to go fast. I won't be saving her the first time around, but the second time, you can affect the outcome. Or you can keep the speedrun mentality and save me some time. Four guards, lovely. 0 AP roll, lovely. Marathon luck is strong with this one. So Surge's attack has increased quite a bit despite us not getting much more strength. It's all thanks to the accessories of the Dragoon Gauntlet and the Dragoon Honor. It just goes to show how much those accessories really add up. This is level 2 attacks doing 30 damage where it was doing 20 before. Next up, we got the Lynx fight. Like Marcy, Lynx has a trigger for him to do a different AI movement, which is at a quarter of health. He'll use Nostrum, the powerful black heal. And we want to avoid that. Here, Kid mistakes this for the Frozen Flame, which is what she's looking for. But this is a very important item, the Dragon Tier. We'll see that in play in a little bit. Monsieur Lynx here has 8 AP, so he's kind of slow on the speed side. Pretty much just go for 3s on this fight. Actually, since I didn't get a strength up on Surge, I'm going to use a turn yellow strat on Kid. This fight starts off with 2 yellows on the field, so I'm going to use turn yellow on her, and that's going to make 3 yellows. So she's going to do more damage even though it's not the opposite of Link's. It's also going to push the black off the field, which will make Surge do more damage. Crit was nice, made up for a miss. So here, he's going to counter this magic spell with Imbecile instead of using a heal. And then to prevent him from using another heal, which actually I think this will just kill him outright, we use the white element. He would use anti-white. A good fight. No strength on Sergi, so 13 is a little bit low. I like to see him at least at 14, not 15 or 16. And yes, the dragon tier will be teased a little bit here with its significance. This run's a lot of fun. There's a lot of areas where it's just like heavy boss gauntlets. And the speedrun tech's just a lot of fun to do. It's quite enjoyable doing the battles. I would say that even if you're a fan of the game and you don't have the time to do a speedrun, try doing a casual playthrough with just the speedrun notes. You can literally run away from any boss. They all have a little taunt that they'll do when you do it. Now Lynx is going to tell us that he is our father. Not really, but maybe he is our father. Dun dun dun. Knife. Look out! What? Oi! No. What do you live for? What are you willing to die for? I ask everyone these questions before I kill them. Oh, I have waited for you. The assassin of time. The Chrono Trigger. He said the thing. That's about as much hype to Chrono Trigger that you're gonna get for a bit. Sploosh, sploosh. And we end up in a new area. We quickly found out that kid actually got poisoned from the dagger that Link's hit her with. And this is the really neat thing about this game. For right now, we've been in another world for the most part. We start off in homeworld and end up in another world. We're given the option to save kid or not to. If you talk to the people in the Arnie village, the mission of this place called the Hydra Marsh, and hint that it is really dangerous there with really powerful monsters. So the game scares you quite a bit about not going there. So the save kid incentive's not here. Regardless of what we do, she'll end up recovering. It's about at least a 30-minute detour to go save her. If you do save her, you get two different party members. You get Korcha and Razly. While Razly's adorable, we get the mighty Glenn by not saving her. And with his dual tech with Surge, X Strike, it's just too powerful to give up. And it's also just much faster to do it that way. Yeah, for that Korcha. For a large cast, a lot of the characters don't have a lot of story time, and while Harley looks out of place, she actually plays a quite significant role in the game. I'll watch closely as Harley appears next to Kid, and when she fades away, she doesn't go completely away. It's like they set her transparency to 2%. You can still see her outline there. If we did go save Kid, she would give us her favorite pendant, which would allow us to transcend the two worlds. Instead, we're not going to get it. We'll get it much later. Here's decision time. Hear what the doc said, there's no more Hydras. There's no Hydras in this world, but in homeworld there is. What you gonna do? Hey, wait a minute, ain't she your partner? There's nothing we can do. So Korcha's at first like, what are you gonna do? Like, you're gonna save a girl with a 1 in a million chance to do? Like, that's dumb. And then you're like, well, I don't know what to do. And he's like, you're a jerk for not saving her. put Doggy in the party for a moment. We don't want Lena in the party. If we go to the element shop in Termia, her cousin works there and they strike up a big conversation. We need a boat though. Well, we didn't see it, but Korcha does have a ferry, or offers a ferry service with his boat. So for the most part of the 46 characters, you can't recruit them all in the single playthrough. It's just the 2 deviations at the beginning. The 3 characters at Termia, you only can take 1 for that path. And then the 2 paths here, one results in Glenn and Matcha, another results in Korcha and Raz. Again, I won't be going on my way for any characters. Even if there was like a super powerful character, it'd be kind of hard to justify going out of your way too far to get him because of kind of how the party works in regards to the middle third of the game. We'll keep it spoiler free. Yeah, some element characters have a certain habit, or not habit. Some elements, the characters are built the same. Like for the most part, like most red characters are like physically strong. But actually Matcha here is a red innate, and she has a very high magic stat. So she kind of breaks the mold on that. As for how stats work, the game has a max stat for every character and every stat. So at 99 stars, Surge is slated to have like 88 strength. You'll never have a game where he'll have more strength, and he won't always reach that. So at the end of a normal game, he'll be at 48. It's just the way the RNG balances out. And some characters are just more inclined to have like a higher magic stat. So some people have been mentioning like Raz in the party or in chat. Like she's a character that has a high magic stat naturally. Lena's another one. Harley. Matcha. And there's probably some others. And then you got characters like Pierre that just simply has Marcy, yep. You have characters like Pierre that's just PU for all the stats. There's a nice guide on game FAQs that breaks down each character and kind of compares the averages of the stats, and you'll see Pierre's like negative everything. So Granny there, the shaman, mentions that we have an odd air about us. She says, oh, you really are not alive in this world. I mean, we are alive, but we're not. Well, I guess our party pretty much writes off Kid. Goodbye, Kid. It was nice knowing ya. At Termia, I want to forge a steel sword and a iron ladle. Ladles are powerful. Weapons have an increase in the hit percent, so that's why we want to forge a weapon for Lena. Gonna be buying a few elements here. There is a smith shop at the at Golfdolf, which is where we were just at, but the smith can't do swords or ladles, at least not the iron level. So I'm gonna sell a few weapons here. I want to disassemble these 3 items. And from the Link's fight, I stole a magic ring. The rare steal would have been a power glove. And the power glove's not nice. I wanted the magic ring, so it's nice that I got the magic ring. The magic ring is +1 magic in this game, and the power glove's +1 attack. Almost done with plot here. So last will begin Glenn in our party. He starts off with 12 strength. I hope at this point in the game he's at least 14 or 15. I cry when he's at 12 or 13. Matcha's also going to join the party. I'm going to let her into the party just for a brief moment. If I don't, we'll have to see a scene of her swimming out in the sea, and it takes about 20 seconds. But the A team for the next hour is going to be Glenn, Serge, and Lena. So not great. Surge is gonna be our main damage dealer for the ghost ship, since most stuff is a Blackenate, and then we'll be switching to Glenn. Yeah, I was gonna mention that. Sorry, it's not you, it's me doing the Windows thing here and there. 12 magic on Lena, that's quite nice. starts off with 9 magic. Yeah, for characters that we see more dialogue, or I'll switch to a 1-letter name. So yeah, the spot where I put the elements, I want spells I use more often to be in certain areas, so they're the default options or close to the default. And blah blah, ghost ship, Argo the pirate. So little 3 crafting for y'all. A speedrunner for this game proposed what if we could get around the fog, and there's no way around the fog, but using an emulator I switched my coordinates to get inside to the shore, and when you enter the Mount Pyre, the encounters work as normal, and actually you can go through, and once you're all done, the game updates the flags, so the fog goes away and you could be on your way. There's just no way to actually do a clip or anything to go out of bounds. But doing that little experiment, we found out that if a sequence break is ever discovered, or a clip or a ROM warp, it looks like the game will play nice and update the flags. So if you love to find glitches, go out there. The game seems to update it when you do a save. It has little titles just like Chrono Trigger. Like right now, I think it would say something about the Water Dragon Island, and then after the Fire Dragon, it says to Fort Dragonia we go. I think it updates with that name, and it's probably because of the way the New Game Plus works. We're gonna get fights here with some knights, but we're just gonna run away. And we'll be fighting Polly. Polly is very slow at 18 AP. Still, Polly can roll a low AP and it'll be a sad day. Hopefully he doesn't. Non-boss enemies can roll a 0 AP, and then bosses will at least always roll a 1. For Polly, I'm gonna turn Surge blue, use the Ice Blast with Lena, and then start to beat him up with Surge. So again, this camera view allows me to have consistent input. I know using right will target Surge, or the lead character I should say. And I got the Ice Blast off, so if and when Polly does Flappy Birds, it'll be weakened quite a bit since the field has 3 blue elements on the field. And that goes back to Surge would actually take more damage from a red innate magic based tech, which Flap is a magic based tech. He's almost dead. If Surge had one more attack, he'd probably be dead. We'll just do this Aqua Ball. Aqua Ball is a level 3 element, but it's just in a level 1 slot. Surge got a strength, which is nice. Glenn didn't get a strength, and no magic for Lena. We really want to see Glenn get up to 17, 18 strength, if not more. He'll be our main damage dealer for a little bit after this ship. Again, the way I have the elements set up, I just know by pressing XX, the strength will default to Surge. Or strength, I should say. This time we're going to turn Surge red. Double whiff. Nice. Very nice. Fargo does us a favor and makes the field fully red. Oh. I'm just gonna do it this way. Just did a stamina push there. Since I had so many misses, I'm just gonna attack a few more times. Oh, lovely. I've never had to fight that bad. Strength and wore off there. Normally that X strike would do about 300 damage. No magic and no strength for Glenn and Lena. Not really worried about Lena's magic at the moment. Heck, even if I had to make my way through the fort, 12 is fine. Pretty much once she hits 15, we're definitely golden. Remember this Panther Demon for later when I talk about the plot. Again, a lot of the game happens and then it's backfilling the plot. There's 3 keys on the ship, or 3 different spots it can be. The triggered the key to spawn in the first place, I gotta check the door. And yep, 12.5% for each spell, so even though the Aqua Ball is a level 3 element in the level 1 slot, and it has a 25% lower spell power, that's still stronger than using the Aqua Beam in the level 1 element slot. If I had Ice Blast, I would put it in the level 1 spot. Here we're just gonna run away. Ah, lovely. 0 AP roll. Doors are your biggest enemy in this game. Their hitbox is very goofy. Actually, you'll get caught up on a bunch of weird sub-pixels as well. So there's the ghost dance. It's not a glitch or nothing, it's just faster than fighting the thing. Again, just loading the battle and loading now, it's 20 seconds, let alone the fight. These guys have 200 HP to 220. The game's kind of sexist. It was a different time, but female enemies have 5% less HP than males. Good ladle. This is one of the 3 key spots. And the misses have been strong. Sword dance. So that's unlucky. That'll push the white off the field and add a black, so Surge's hits will be weaker. The way dual tech or triple tech works, it calculates the damage for each individual character that's involved in a tech. So Surge's dash and gash, or gash and dash is Glenn's. Slash and dash and gash and dash both have 60 power. So it gets the total damage from that and then adds in whatever element the dual attack is, which in this case is red. Of course, we were unlucky and got the 3rd key. Marathon luck remains strong in this run. Oh, got a critical there. Only level 3 attacks will crit. Yeah. Saints don't have that much HP. Now, I don't know why, but Glenn actually got a strength there. I've seen that before with getting the 3rd encounter here, or 3rd key. It wasn't actually a mini star level, or wasn't ready for it. I'll take the strength up. Definitely will take it. A few trolley dodges here. Ooh. Risky bisky. pick up Photon Beam here, level 3 white element. We run away from one fight here and then it'll be boss time. So again, AP is used for turns in the game. And a large part of the speedrun is understanding that we kind of abuse knowing this fact, because you can buffer 2 inputs. The optimal thing to do is get 1 AP away from the boss taking their turn and doing something like a 3-3, which gives you 5 free turns essentially. Deadhead has 6 AP for him to take a turn. We're going to start off using 1 with Glenn, Strengthen, 1 with Lena, Eagle Eye to Surge, which will raise his hit percent to 99, doing a 3-3. This will also push the 1 black off the field. So white is not weakened. Diminish has all elements. Now we're gonna do 1-1-1, 4 1s, and then we're gonna heal the boss. So that's 5 AP. The boss is 1 AP away from going. We're gonna buffer a 3-3. This is pretty much just a stamina push. Heal the boss again. Oh wow. I've seen that strat not to kill. But that's alright. Be going back to Marble. Before it didn't have the spells Diminish or Magnify for sale. As you just saw with that fight, Diminish has all elements, while Magnify it increases all elemental damage by 50%. And even if we could have bought the spells earlier, we didn't have enough money for them. Come in a little over $1,600. Or I guess gold in this game. Glenn's gonna be the main damage dealer. If we would have done the side quest to save Kid, we would got the ice breath from the water dragon, which you could use to freeze the lava here. Instead, we're just gonna take damage going through lava. I'll have to heal up before a fight. Put on the filler element for Glenn there. As well for Lena. Without that filler element, the characters couldn't build up to level 5. Instead, they would top off at level 4 element. And here's the longest tutorial in the game. Even in Japanese, this is quite slow. And the Japanese record, world record for this is a 6:18 by Zenamp. And the English world record was taken by Close to War this year, which is in at a 6:46. Took that from Evil Ash, but Evil Ash has done a lot of work for this run. And Zenamp also kind of took a lot of strats from the English route, but kind of added some as well. Mainly coming up with using Genius. Again, Salt and Pepper are yellow innates. Glenn's a green innate, so just naturally he'll do a lot more damage to him. Yeah, Salt and Pepper are definitely the big wedge of this game. Oh, this battle theme actually doesn't get old for me. It's pretty good. Yeah, I should be doing like 130. Going to add a green to the field, which will allow Glenn to do more damage. Oh, good, that killed. I didn't think that would. And then another green. Just gonna do a 1, and then buffer a 3/3. Hula. Coming up next is the Fire Dragon. It's actually the one fight you can't run away from. If you do, you get pulled back immediately. Common drops there. There we actually would like the rare drops, which is a Dragoon Gauntlet and the Skyrene. The Skyrene has +2 to magic. But the Iron Vest and armor are nice as well. I'm gonna do a safety save for the Fire Dragon. Iron Vest, Iron Mail. Elements use. And these saves are important, but I don't know why, but in my head I always made this canon that the fire dragon was like a baby dragon in training, and that's his dad to the right. But really it's just his pet. A little extra damage here. As you may have guessed, we're going to use turn blue on Glenn. Next spell will be Fire Breath, Fury Breath. Good. It hit hard though. Use Magnify, and this is gonna increase all elemental damage. Use Aqua Ball. Saving Ice Blast, her strongest spell, for last here. So this Aqua Ball is gonna push the red off the field, and we'll have 2 blues on the field. Do not know if this will kill though. Maybe poke will kill him. Nah. So we got a full stamina refresh there. Alright, that works. Can get a magic ring here as a rare. Ooh, ooh. Got it. I'll actually equip that right now. Bronze helmet. So it's pretty much like Lena has +1 magic now. The Dragoon on her and 1 magic ring is pretty much what we expect to have for the routing. I'm going to use turn red on Karsh, mostly to add a extra red on the field so my X-Strike will do more damage. The Surge is lagging a little bit. I want to take out to Marcy quickly. Normally this turn red would be skipped. Oh, lovely. That will allow us to do more damage for the blue spells to Karsh. Ah, I hate you. It's mutual, kid. Cool. Oh. Oh, luckily, Karsh didn't go there. And she's still alive. Barely, though. Normally you would hope to skip this, but fortunately Surge missed there. Eagle Eye to Glenn. We're gonna throw in a Magnify. Normally he'd be dead there. Turn red even wore off on him. Wow. It's like that, huh? Fortunately, Glenn won't get any stats. That's not too big of a deal. It's more so about Surge and Lena at this point. Marathon luck has remained strong. He just came in here to heal him, but might as well equip that stuff. Okay. So for some reason Harley didn't want us to proceed onward. We're back to the beginning. Was it all a dream? Did those events really happen? Stay tuned. Conveniently enough, we would have got the Frog Prince summon for talking to the Blue Dragon, doing the side quest. By avoiding that, this boss actually spawns, and we'll get the Frog Prince spell. Alright, magnify. Use the Aquabot here. Bump us up to 2 blue elements on the field. And this will do some nice damage. Oh, and we got a very nice AP roll. The Dragoon's next attack will be a fire attack. Something actually went well for the fight, or for the run. $14 magic. Fort's actually pretty quick. Got a few bosses, and some puzzles. These bats can be quite trolly. They like to turn right around and bite ya. So here I just want to hit select, change our order. There's a little gizmo here. The Frog Prince element that I just got is a powerful summon. All summons in the game are powerful. Most summons require the field to be all the same color. So in order to cast the Frog Prince, I need the field to be all blue. Really, the summons are just a spell with a lot of magic power. To put in perspective, Ice Blast, the level 4 spell, has 38 spell power, and the Frog Prince has 80. First boss that we're gonna fight is a blue innate, Augustus Gloop. And even though he's a blue element, the Frog Prince is just gonna do big damage to him. You may have noticed that in the last fight when Karsh was attacking Glenn that it wasn't doing a lot of damage. And that's just because of the innates. Like a green innate's not gonna take as much damage from green innate attacks or spells. I was close with the bat. Gets Magnify on the field. Gooey goo. Lovely job. It's unfortunate that this freezes her. I'll have to use a spell to cure it. Good, good, it did the thing. Oh, poor stamina refresh. Need to build Glenn up to 2 here. Doing the stamina push here. So he's going to use blue field. I don't know if this will kill. The genius spell I used earlier upped the magic Lena. You have genius that increases one magic, and then weak-minded that lowers magic defense. Alright, that did kill. We used to use just weak-minded. If you had the choice to use only one spell, Genius or weak-minded, Genius works out to be a little bit stronger, but not by much. But it's enough to make a nice difference for some of the fights in here. And later on in the run, we end up using both spells, so it doesn't hurt to have it in our party. So Lena's at 14 magic. Again, that's a good enough amount, and I got an extra magic ring. The next fight, I'll be using Turn Red on Taurosoid, so that he takes more damage from the Frog Prince. Taurosoid, pretty much the first troll of the speed run. He attacks Surge or Lena twice. They're more than likely dead, especially Lena. This bot I'm gonna wait. There is a skip you can get here. Kinda need the right pixel. But if I get trapped in here, it's a 3-minute time loss. I'd rather just take the 10-second hit. These paper dolls can be very trolly. Their phase duration is random. Taurosoid is quite slow though, with 11 AP. If he lows a low starting AP, that's not too helpful. So every time he attacks, he uses a green tech, which will disturb the field. We're trying to get the Frog Prince off. And there it is. Would have been at least nice if I got up to here. Those are 3 blues. I don't know if Genius is still in effect. I guess it is. Turn red still in effect, luckily. Torsoid's got 1250 health. Yep, that killed him. So, got lucky there with the hits. Normally you're only taking 2. I had to take a 3rd hit. At least Surge got the strength. Pretty much all I'm concerned about now. Just want Surge up to 25 strength ideally by the time we leave this place. The Red Wing doesn't have a boss. It's a little puzzle. Once I'm done with this, I'm actually gonna take a safety save. It's not so much for the next boss, but a Black Wing could be a little bit trolly. Even though I can run away from any fight, the major threats are bosses that can do a AE attack. And the Black Wing boss happens to have just that. Yes, Volcano, which will pretty much wipe out my party if it happened. But first, we have to get past Son of a Gun, and he can be just that. We get the quick kill, it won't be an issue. In order to do that, we need to get Surge up to level 2 and Lena up to level 5 before he goes. The script is to attack first, and then he'll use a white tech, and then he'll switch in modes, and then each of the modes have a different AI. It's also one of the more creepier bosses in the game. Hey, we get the quick kill. Sometimes lucky. I'm gonna turn blue, but I'm just gonna use a turn blue again on him. It's just a quick cast time. Using it twice on the same enemy will turn it off and on. Thanks, Windows. This dude has some really high defense. Only has 14 or 400 health. I'm just gonna do that one just in case. barely got him. Become a rainbow. Pretty. Shiny. Hey, Lena got a magic set. Yeah, this dungeon's really cool. It's just neat because you have so much anxiety, like wondering like how the events that you see at the start of the game, do they actually unfold, how we're gonna get there. So by now we've met Ked. He's a cool person, nice person. Actually, for all we know, in this playthrough she's dead. There actually was an opportunity to recruit Kid. If we would have went to Galdolf immediately after doing the ghost ship, I can recruit her, but it takes 6 minutes. It would be kind of nice to have her because this dragoon here, you can steal a dragoon gauntlet from it. Jeez. He's tough to dodge, but it gave me a nice baron there. It's bad, didn't give me a nice baron. Still faster to do that little detour there. Bunyip's quite adorable. He actually starts off as it's actually a red element. I'm actually going to use Genius on Lena. And this is going to carry over to a second phase. So that was a very good start there. Now we're going to use Magnify. His second form, he's a black innate at 420 health. Now he's got 1200 and some odd health. Mainly, we got one blue on the field from earlier. If Surge gets Luminaire off before he goes, should end him. At X amount of star levels, I think it's 15, characters will learn new text. So I think at 15, these characters gain their level 5 tech. Luminaire hit for a good amount of damage. Finally, the deed is done. I didn't catch it. 24, 23. Okay. Wait, I'll stop the thingy. Alright, General Viper, Yellow Nate, Mr. Glenn will be doing some damage to him. We hope for the Dragoon Gauntlet. Bless RNG for the Dragoon Gauntlet, the common drop. Of course you would miss, why not? That was actually a very good starting AP without him going. Using a bush basher here. I could see Sonic Sword once. Show me the Dragoon Gauntlet. Nice. Without that gauntlet, I'm pretty much -2 attack for the entire run. Two attack is not the same as 2 strength, but it's pretty darn close. The damage formulas work a little bit different between strength and attack, but for speedrunning, it's pretty much calculating the same. Eagle Eye. Strengthen. Turn white. Since Glenn has the accessories, we're just gonna turn him white and do the damage, even though Surge is already a white innate. since Link's script to use a spell that you have. Now for the almighty X strike. Actually want to end the battle with low HP, but Surge is at max. Uh, 25 strength for Surge. That's nice. Kid. Welcome. On the pedestal there is the dragon tier that we saw earlier in the game. "10 years ago, an event happened. This Panther Demon attacked Surge, mortally wounded him and poisoned him. More on that to come. Life and death, love and hate. Hi, my name's Surge. I'm a silent protagonist, but I all of a sudden realized that I can talk. Normally I would just defend here until they killed me. Instead I'm gonna attack just so that they take more damage. Good stabs. Take this, evil me. Ow. You lose. In their script, they just start using more and more attacks, and they start blasting off level 5 techs. Let me show you how to use the knife. Links mentions Luca's name. Yes, the Luca from Chrono Trigger. Evil glare. Oi. Sadly, there's no reward for showing that you're a bigger man. Real, indeed. She was just a kid. Spike Vegeta mentioned it for the RPG Limit Break run that he and Evil Ash did. And I think he's right on point. The game does a wonderful job in the cutscenes showing like when Surge's soul is in Link's, that the eyes are different. So this is another world. Again, we started off in home world. Had we saved Kid, we could have switched back and forth between the two worlds. But at this point in the game, we're going to be launched into another dimension and then end up in home world. I'll banish you to Dimension X. Yeah, I feel like Lena's like, no, don't hurt me. Like, I'll be your waifu. I'm cool with this. But much later, 3.5 hours to be precise, we'll meet Kid again, and you can affect if we'll save her or not. By default, I don't save her, it's just faster. But you can donate to save her. Or you can vote against it and keep the speedrun mentality and save the frames. I mentioned the end game boss earlier, and some people were mentioning like spoilers. All's fair in love and war in the speedrun. But I do try to keep some stuff hidden. But it's a little bit tougher for this game because 90% of the game happens and then it backfills, and it doesn't even like backfill all the little details. Like, it's hard to connect. The game will mention that Panther attacked Surge. But the Lynx is actually your Fajer. We're gonna see a scene coming up where when we talk to our mom, she mentioned we'll see that our father and Miguel went looking for a cure for Surge. And I'll explain then. Whoever we had from the beginning of the game to now, we can't have in our party. Once we regain our body back, which won't be for 2+ hours. You spend about half the game as Surge and the other half as Lynx. So whoever recruited as Surge For whatever reason, they don't know it's us as Links, even if we tell them. And that goes back to what I was saying, that even if there was like a super good character to recruit, you wouldn't have them for this part of the game. Luckily, we're going to find out that Sprig is very powerful. We're going to get Harley, who works out as a very good magic caster for a few fights, and as a buffer slash durable character for the other fights. Here we just need to follow whatever door Surge goes into. Since we didn't save Kid, we didn't get the Astro Amulet, but Harley gives it to us here. She says she didn't steal it, but just borrowed it. And the Astro Amulet lets us switch between worlds. Alright, this guy's being a troll, that's cool. I don't mind, I got all day. You want to be a troll too? That's cool. I don't mind. Alright, I mind. Move, please. Thank you. This is Homeworld. We're gonna go to the place where it all happened, where angels lose their way, which is the beach with Lena, or where we met her. I don't think the game explains it. If it does, it's didn't quite well, and I don't recall. I chalk it up as soul rejection. For whatever reason, as this vessel, even though it has the soul of Surge, it won't transcend the worlds for now. But for the next little bit, it's going to be about to regain the power to switch between the two parallel worlds. That little warp hole there is for New Game Plus. If you were to summon characters from your other save files, you would do it there by going to Sprig's house. Sprig's house. Oh, that was right. Oh yeah, there's a little dialogue skip here coming up. But this is a no glitch marathon. I don't know what to do. It saves 10 seconds. I'd be a bad boy and skip it. The only problem is I've managed to soft lock twice. So I pretty much would save my game to prevent the unlucky event of a soft lock occurring. So I guess I'll just not do the skip. But we wouldn't see this dialogue doing the skip. Basically you switch your characters while on the platform there. And it skips that dialogue. Alright. So Mommy's gonna talk about our Fajer and Waka going to out to sea to get the cure for Sergi boy. And we're gonna get little glimpses of this flashback as time goes on. Oh, it's Wazuki. I almost said Waka earlier. Waka Waka. But to get to Chronolopolis there, they shouldn't have been able to, but a storm happened and it blew them off course. It was supposed to just be a 3-hour tour. So Sprig's Doppelganger, it's level 5 tech. The Doppelgangers have fixed stats. So Luganate is quite strong. After doing attack, even though Sprig's at a -5 stamina, she'll always end up at 0 after the transformation is complete. So quite a bit of strength on that Doppelganger. And it's also like having a built-in eagle eye. The only reason why the hit percent's not that something higher is because the Radius has a very high evasion rate. I accidentally said he, but Sprig is a female. We win. .6 strength on Lynx, very nice. Really, Lynx, it doesn't matter, even if he was lagging right now in terms of strength. I really only care what it's at in like an hour and a half, which I hope it's like at 29 or 30, if not more. Yeah, the characters that are not in our... Actually, any character in the game is getting stat ups for every level up that happens. It's only when a character is dead that they don't get the stat or level up. Good puppy. Here, basically in this world, the military is corrupt. There's some elements I want to buy. Stock up on healing items. Don't really need 20 ice blasts, but I do need quite a few. Yeah, the difference between like the speedrun and what you would do casually, between each star level or boss level, after X amount of fights, it varies. It's usually about 5 to 10 fights. You'll get what's called a mini star, and the mini star is a preview of your next level up. Whenever you defeat a boss, the game rolls for your next stats, so you're gonna get like a strength or a magic up at your next level up. At the mini star, you'll get a strength or a magic up as well. So it's nice to rotate characters because that mini star only affects the people that are in your active party. But the game uses averages for the algorithm to determine your chance of getting a stat up. It uses this average system. Like the game's programmed for Surge to be at 88 strength at 99 stars. So it's like 88 strength minus current strength and goes through some certain algorithm. If you're lagging, you're more likely to get a stat up. If you're ahead, you're less likely to get one. Norris fills us in that Links, not to us, but the actual Links commissioned them to search for the frozen plane. Hardly leaps in action. I saved this menu for a bunch of elements for this awesome world theme. Oh, I didn't fix the thing. And materials is another reason for grinding as well. It's a good point. You can see Sprig's our element grid's all weird. It's the game's way of kind of balancing out the doppelganger, which I never use casually. So this is kind of a pain casually playing the game, just figuring out the story triggers the advanced up a lot. But this place is essentially like haunted by these spirits here. And Fargo has turned into the Caribbean cruise. High level, the Sage of Marble is no longer there, and he knows how to get into the Dead Sea, which is where we want to go to regain the ability to go back to another world. He's reduced down to janitorial duty here. Let him through. If you stayed at the inn at the Marble, you would see a cutscene where a mermaid would emerge and say something to someone. And that's Irene's here, who's the sister of Fargo's wife, Zelbus, who the ship's named after. And look at the little doggy on the right side of the screen. He's just cowering there. It's like courage. You can notice Irene's lovely German accent. We're going to mention that we want access to the Grand Slam to talk to the Sage, and Fargo's going to challenge us to a game of skill, roulette, which is a game of RNG. I hope the 1999's right, because I just threw it in there thinking that was the year. I was kind of in a time crunch. Oh, good. I just remember this game for coming out. It came out roughly the same time as Final Fantasy VIII. I forget if it was like 7 months before or after. But to me, like, they really improved like the 3D effects. Like, the characters in Final Fantasy VIII, they kind of move weird, like going left to right. But it's quite fluent in this game. And I think Square's design carried over to Final Fantasy IX in terms of like characters moving on the screen. They definitely added quite a few polys compared to Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, I kind of consider this game one up on Final Fantasy VIII. We can't win here. We can only tie or lose, and we want to lose. So if it lands on east, I can just buffer the input to land on south. If not, I'll use a pause buffer. Need it northeast. We lose our ship. If anyone watched the Breath of Fire 2 run by Charles before me, actually quite amazing that both games have a similar pace. Like the first 2 hours are quite a bit to action. Excuse me. And then you're stuck with the fetch quest for like the next bit. And then the ending in both is really good. drawn. This part of the game is by far has the most downtime. Casually, you can easily spend an hour here. You need to talk to Fargo, see that scene, come in here, see this magic show, and then having seen that little scene with the cat, to come back in here and then see the show again. Schneff is quite nice. We won't be recruiting him. A neat little tidbit about him: the other performers consider him like as a adoptive father here. We'll actually see Salt and Pepper here, and they mention that they're working on their Kami act. And if you do recruit Schneff, they're kind of like, no, Pops, don't leave. Like, we were just getting better at our Kami act. And that's a nice bit of lore that ties in with why Salt and Pepper are like a gag slash funny in their fights. Silly. First lady was Jill, and this is Jack. Jack and Jill. Shouts to Spike Vegeta for pointing that out. And shouts to a different Chrono Cross runner, Fat Man, for coming up with the song during this segment of Meow Meow, I'm a kitty cat. Normally don't like to acknowledge it. I don't want it stuck in my head. This is not the Meow Meow, I'm a kitty cat song. Meow. Meow meow, I'm a kitty cat. And of course, the game is rigged. Cat food for whom? Enough, none your beeswax. Don't need to put on the act for us. So little Nicky here. I just picture the Nicky from Little Nicky. The one from the south. The deep south. But, horrible Nicky. Nicky's one of the characters that you can recruit from Termia. Of the 3 characters, he's the only one that actually comes in the main plot. He finds out that Fargo is his father here. Spoilers, Marcy's also a child of Fargo. I forget how you get that to come up. One hint at that is that when you talk to the Frozen Flame near the very end of the game, to the Dragon God, they'll say a bit of dialogue. So for Orca says like, I know that's a part of me, but I've come to accept him, referring to the Dark Orca. And then like Marcy has a line like, I already know like that's him, but it doesn't really matter. Something like that. And I think if you talk to her, I think if she's in the lead and you talk to him in the other world, she's like, he teases like, you want to know who your father is? And she also says like, it doesn't matter. So the sage is the easy fight. If you use magic spells on him, he'll counter with some nasty stuff. But we're just gonna beat him up, take his lunch money. It's a little bit faster to say it's nothing, and then ask him, where's the Dead Sea? Transform! We'll begin a new doppelganger in a little bit. I'm gonna turn Lagoon black here. All the bosses are pretty much just scripted. So again, you would counter with spells. If you don't use any spells, the script is pretty much just attack, attack, attack. Rewarded with the Fiddler Crab, which allowed us to break the seal to almost get into the Dead Sea. Yo, thank you. Good luck. I think these runs will be uploaded to the YouTubes later on. So Nikki comes back in, and there's a side quest called the Radical Dreamers. We're not going to do it. It's a 30-minute detour, but it is the quest that allows you to wake up the spirits and purge them from Marble. It also awakens the Black Dragon. So we avoid a 30-minute side quest and we don't have to fight the Black Dragon. No DLC. But to start that quest chain, you actually have to go to Nikki's ship after this and talk to Irene's, who will offer to join your party. It would be kind of nice. It's like a 2-minute detour, but you're locked into that quest at that point. But it would be nice to have her as a blue mage alternative. We'll use Marcy, but if Marcy can have a low magic for a certain fight. Doing that side quest, you also unlock Fargo's level 7 tech. The other world, Fargo punches this one in the face. It's like, stop being a little wuss. It's gonna do it. Yeah, I want to turn that on. Grab. Oh yeah. On the start menu, you can change it to show what world you're in. Yeah, I don't remember if Zujin just has to be called Charles. I don't recall if his YouTube name's the same, but I know he does have an account out there. We've had 2 Breathfire 2 glitchless races. I sadly am too out of touch with the run, so I had to politely turn it down when I was asked if I'd be interested. But you end up getting that run and Chrono Cross. Those are the 2 games that I run. Both of them just happen to be any percent good ending. Get more flashbacks here. So there we saw the Masamune. Yes, the Masamune from Chrono Trigger. In the year 1006 AD, a war broke out, and it's unknown who, but someone stole the Masamune and used it in the war, and it became corrupted. It is now evil. This game introduces a new sword, which I always butcher the name, but Graya on the left there, he's dual wielding both Annihilizers. If anyone knows Soul Eater, when Black Star says Excalibur, I feel like kind of doing that for the Annihilizer. We'll see in both worlds that the Masamune exists. And in both worlds, there's a little conflict, little issue that happens, and it raises the question, is the sword evil, or is it the heart of the wielder that makes them do the evil deed? We haven't seen the evil deed yet, but soon. Yeah, there's several opportunities for one world character to talk to another. Norse was my first experience casually. I'm gonna do a safety save here just because. Why not? This fight can be a little bit trolly. Not too worried about it though. So auto crits. Some weapon types will auto crit certain enemies. Projectile weapons like Harleys will auto crit flying. That's what we're gonna hope for here. I hope for just 2 lava lamps and land my 3s. If she has enough magic, she'll kill the other. That's a beautiful thing. That's the perfect fight. So there's 2 fights here random. The second is a detour fight, which will trigger a fight with the White Knight. And the White Knight's a enemy that Sprig can gain their form from for the doppelganger. In order to gain a doppelganger, Sprig has to get the killing blow on an enemy while not transformed. There's an accessory that you can get much later in the game, the Forget Me Not pot, where if someone else has it equipped, they can kill an enemy and Sprig will gain the doppelganger form. The White Knight has the, if not the highest strength, like close to the highest strength, like even tying the secret bosses slash Ozzy and Flea. It can only be done in the new game plus. And not ideal, but we'll go with it. So I'm gonna opt to do this little 3 tech here. Despite the name, the White Knight's actually a black innate character. Enjoy feral cats, which I normally don't cast. We saw it earlier using turn red to some enemies to do more damage with the Frog Prince spell. Even though White Knight's a black innate already, by turning him into a, using turn black on him, it works as like a double negative, and white elements will do even more damage. The strat has made this fight a lot more consistent. Sprig had low magic. She could miss the damage roll here, make it a real pain to get the doppelganger after that. We're gonna turn, or we're gonna use weak-minded. We're just gonna load the field up. Right, so lower the magic defense. Defend, magnified to enhance all element damage. Harley will do some chip damage, as well as add another white to the field. And then Hyper Beam. You also get the added reward of getting the golden tiara, which sells for 75k. Oh, look at that. Look at that. So I can't risk anyone else attacking. I literally just have to just bring it. Look at that. White Knight's got 800 health. The 75k that we get for selling the golden tiara, it probably could be routed around. Not needed, but just an added bonus there. Graya's quite nasty. He is the white innate, so we're all black innate characters. He has a very powerful white tech magic. That's something I haven't hit on. Techs are either physical base or magic base. So Surge is level 3 tech. Either the glide hook as Link's or the slash and dash as Surge is a physical, while his level 5 and 7 techs are magic base. And here we see the betrayal. And Radius kind of questions like if it's him or the sword, like he was Jocelyn Graya. We'll see this in another run. No. So Graya's white base techs are actually magic base. I'm gonna use Diminish to half all element damage in this fight, which nerfs his damage. But he still hits hard. Sure. Join now. I can. I have to boost, yeah. Can we hear you?
Oh, yeah. Here you go. Sorry.
No problem.
Can everybody hear me? Test. Main reason I was joining in was because we have a real quick $20 donation.
Oh, go for it.
Alright, so it looks like everyone here is. Yeah, so we have a real quick $20 donation from Houdini99. Donating $20 saying donate to Save Kid Chrono Cross incentive. Again, thank you guys so much for the donations. Currently puts us at 555. We did set our new donation to 750, so if you guys want to see that incentive be met, make sure you get that money in. Again, thank you guys so much for the donations. Get back to the run.
No problem, and feel free to chime in any point if you get a donation, and thank you so much for donating. That will be open up until about the 6-hour mark. Saving Kid, it's about a 5-minute detour. Lovely to do so, but typically we don't save her. So you can either vote to keep the speedrun mentality and save the frames, or save the kid. You missed the 2. Oh, lovely. Okay. Normally I would do a glide hook there, which would push off a white element and load the field with some more black. One benefit of doing the revive, is that when you revive a character, they actually get full stamina. was unlucky with the miss earlier. Should kill. Oh. Not too bad of a fight there. Had a good starting EP. That's all good, Slaw. And thank you so much to Slaw and everyone else for putting this marathon together. It's a lot of work and it often goes unappreciated, so I always like to thank you for the opportunity and the platform. I've heard other runners say like, oh, I never get a chance, and they only pick the big streamers for, you know, the bigger marathons, and there's always stuff like this that's going on that gives you an opportunity to practice or just to get the exposure, so it's nice. So thank you. And we're doing for a good cause. And yes, that is a bid ward for a saving kid or not to. So help me out, especially since we had to start this run 10 minutes later. Save the frames. So from Gryo we got the Annihilator. One day someone will correct me. And that's going to counter the Mazamoon and shatter it. Hey, Heaven's Fury, how's it going? We'll see the Mazamoon again. Next boss, Highwayman. It's quite trolly. Not like I'm gonna kill you, trolly, but sometimes be a time loss. The Sea of Eden. We've seen a place that doesn't look as crazy, and that's Chronolopolis. This is the other world, or even though this is homeworld, this area is all distorted. It's a broken Chronolopolis. Shouts to Johnny 2.0. To Johnny rate that defeat. Had a miss there. So that one, so that's 2 AP there. Highwayman has 7 AP before he takes a turn. So we're at 2. The goal is to get up to 6 and then attack. There's 3, 4. Hardly lands this. She does. 5, 6. So in theory, Highwayman's 1 turn away from going. We're gonna just buffer this 1-3 here. Turn white, or turn Link's white to get to another white element on the field, and also give him a little boost in his damage. Want Harley up to level 4 so she can use a Panacea, which is a cure-all. This will lower your hit rate. That might kill. Might not. There we go. You'll often get the rampage off. It's nice when you can avoid that. Amazingly enough, actually, if Sprig's dead as a doppelganger, she'll still gain stats. I'll go ahead.
Alright, looks like I have to go ahead from the... Alright. So we got $20 from Dying. I'm going to butcher that other one, so I'm just going to say Dying. It says... gives $20 saying save the kid. She deserves more airtime. I haven't actually played Chrono Cross. No one, please, no one hate me. But again, thank you guys so much for those. That raises us up to $575 out of $750. So I would like if anyone's curious, our donation, quote unquote donation PB, is $800 from NGA2. So I would love to see that be broken during this marathon. If it doesn't happen, it does. That's fine. Thank you guys so much for all these donations, though. You guys are awesome. Anyway, we'll go ahead and get back to the run.
Yo, Dying, thank you so much. Yeah, Dying's a very good friend. We met through Breath of Fire. He is the Breath of Fire 5 Dragon Core runner. But we've done a few games together where we did a blind speed run just to try to learn the game. And Chrono Cross was one of them. Actually, it was... can't remember if it was the first or second. But we learned this run together. So, good times. So, thanks, Dying. I honestly didn't like this game when it came out. I was thrilled and hyped. The turnoffs for me was becoming Lynx. I didn't appreciate it for whatever reason. I just thought Surge was a very cool character, and I just cried that I wanted my body back the whole time. The other turnoff for me was the large cast, because I like RPGs. I mean, for a speedrun, you don't care about the plot too much, but it's hard to focus on like certain characters from having such a large cast. For the most part, most RPGs I only play once, and this game was no different. Chrono Trigger is actually one of the few games that I played multiple times. That said, the speedrun has made me appreciate the game a lot more. And just as a speedrunner of any game, like, you start to pick up more and more about the game. But as far as like little details that can be hard to notice, this game definitely has lots of little gems. And it's also tough because of the plot. Again, it does like 90% of the game and then backfills the plot, or little chunks you get here and there are finally tied together. Like right here, we're actually going to get a nice tie-in to Chrono Trigger, which you've been kind of hoping for, but it's just happening now. And it's been pretty much theorized that these kids are probably from a different like parallel universe, or whatever your feeling is. It's not like they come out straight and like guide you. They just mention words here or there. Like, here they're just gonna say like it's all your fault, and that's it. And if you're like me and somehow you got to Glenn on your first playthrough, you're like, oh, is there a connection to Glenn / Frog from Chrono Trigger? Or Lena, she looks and seems like Marley, where there's a connection there. And as mentioned at the beginning of the run, it's just best to consider this game like its own entity. We can grab the screwy dress here. This will disassemble for a stone element, the first access to Denarite. Also get some feathers from it. Safety save there. Miguel is quite nasty. He is a powerful white innate mage. Our goal is to get him just before a quarter of health left and then finish out the fight. His script changes when he's down to critical health. He'll start casting some nasty AE spells. There is a game called Radical Dreamers that's a text-based RPG that was out on the SNES. There's a fan translation and it fills in some of the plot. And I guess that's kind of another thing, is that there's kind of a big gap between Chrono Trigger and this game. It introduces a lot of new elements and characters that are mentioned in Radical Dreamers, but not in this game. So Miguel is the gentleman that was with your father when trying to find the cure for Surge that was poisoned, mortally wounded from the Panther Demon. Him and Wazaki, Surge's father, were blown off course and end up at the Sea of Eden. It's not shown until much later, but basically Chronolopolis was shut down for 15 minutes and the security system was down. And by Surge touching the frozen flame, he gained access, the key to the fate system. And in that process, your father is also corrupted. And I forget how or why, but when this is mentioned, but Lynx is actually your father. It's fate. By coming in contact, he basically got poisoned and turned into the empathy of Surge's fear, which was a panther, and became the Panther Demon. And was after him. Fate was after Surge to gain his body to regain control of the fate system. And there's nowhere good to say this, so I'll just say it now. Surge died in another world because his father killed him as Lynx, or while he was Lynx. He drowned him, and that's how Surge died. Miguel is here bonded by fate and teases the thought of such an entity existing, fate. By killing Miguel, will gain the ability to transcend the two worlds between homeworld and another world. I'll be quiet so you can enjoy this glorious music. So here we actually don't want the crit. Good. So the anti-black actually didn't wear off on Lynx. Of course, now it's up. Probably should have just defended out. Oh, got lucky. So there we got the Dreamer Scarf. It's a very nice accessory. It lets you start the battle with +1 to your elements. Harley will have that equipped. When starting the battle, she'll get to level 1. Miguel also kind of fills in a little bit of a plot. I guess the theme of this game is probabilities. Like, even though the kids were able to save the world from Lavos, like, life RNG kind of took over and they still failed. This area is actually... What happened in 12,000 BC was that the gate opened up and Scala and Lavos were sucked into it. And this area is like the remains of like other timelines that kind of just got dumped in a certain area. And that also caused the storm that set Miguel and Wazaki off course and knocked Chronolopolis offline. All elements that are tied to the plot but are not really explained, or bits and pieces of what I just mentioned are explained only here and there, and a lot of it at the end of the game. And someone mentioned earlier, they were asking about Scala. Kid is the clone of Scala, and I've also heard a theory that Harley is also like Kid's sister. I don't know about that one, but Scala and Kid, the links there, the Kid is the clone. Which is why if you watch the Chrono Trigger on either the PlayStation, if you played it, or the DS version, in the cutscenes, where you see the little robot and Luca finds a little baby, a blonde baby, that is Kid. And we haven't seen the cutscene. We will get to see the cutscene if we save Kid of the orphanage burning, and that's why Kid is after Lynx for revenge. I'll go for the donation. Actually, I'm going to be walking away for a moment here. I got the cutscene.
Alright, that was a very heartwarming moment there. Sorry, quick, we have actually two donations. One, we have a $10 from Anonymous, no comment. Thank you so much. We have another $20 donation from another Anonymous. If possible, put the show Easter egg incentive for Bioshock Run. If not, put towards the command girl side of Runner 3 Bid War. Thank you so much. I believe we still still need that incentive for the Bioshock, so it should be fine. If it's still here. Either way, if it's not here, then I'll make sure to put it to Command Girl. Again, whoever donated $10, thank you so much. You can go ahead and message me. I'm still in the chat. You can give me a real quick message and say, hey, this is where I want the $10 to go. But again, thank you guys so much. That puts us over $600. That is only $150 away from our next goal. And then from there, it's pretty much going to be. I'll probably put it down for 800 because I don't realistically think we'll probably get any further than that. I don't know. You guys just blowing my mind at this last day. And we'll get back to the run.
Yo, thank you so much for the donations. That's awesome. Real quick, we're going to make a stone swallow. We're also going to sell that golden tiara. Break down that dress. Again, we started the game in Homeworld. Hardly spend any time here. Went to another world. Did all the things up to the fort. And then we were sent to Homeworld. And now we're finally back in another world. We're going to find out what Surge has been up to with our body, or I should say Lynx. I kind of consider this like the last bit of the middle third of the game. Our last little run with Sprig. And again, the bid war for saving Kid or not will be going on for another 2.5 hours. Just under 2.5, right closer to 2. So if you want to help me by saving the frames, you can donate not to Zaber. Yeah, I apologize for windows popping up quite a bit there. I mean, I would make the argument to save Kid if things were different. But the music is amazing. That's one of my favorite tracks when we save Kid. We're going to be given an option here to have Karsh or Zoa join the party. Ultimately, they'll both join the party. But to Karsh, we want for a side quest. We could still pick him later or get him later, but for the route it works a little bit better to have him in the party now. Yeah, Cordell, a few people have done all characters, but Cordell, Connor Cordell is, has a like a low 10. I did the run once, or I did it once, I want to do it again. One day I will. I learned some harsh lessons. With a few characters get locked out. In that little scene there, we saw that they picked up the dragon tier, which was the tier of love. Spoilers, we'll eventually get the our tier of hate. We'll eventually get the tier of love. And I really like to play. I like the theme of two halves of the coin. It's something that Link's hinted at us. Right at the end of Viper Manor. And that theme carries throughout the game. Of the two worlds, another and home. Link's at a very nice strength. He's at 29 now, and I got 3 boss fights before the dragon section. He's at the strength that I pretty much always want him at the end of that. Yeah, unless a game has a 100% tracker, it's really hard to like define the category because there's like no tracking of it. Military evil kidnapped Riddell. That sums this up. In the right corner is Grobik. Someone will be fighting a little bit. Oh, that's so the stone swallow that we crafted. I kind of consider weapons in 5 different tiers. You have the base weapons, then you have bronze, iron. Iron's like the 3rd tier. Before the fort, or at the end of the fort, the strongest weapon you can craft is iron. But it's actually quite a significant attack boost. After the fort, you can craft mithril, and then stone was just unlocked. I guess there's 6 tiers. The 6th tier is rainbow, which we won't craft any rainbow weapons. You have to do the Radical Dreamer side quest to be able to do that. Stone weapons have the ability to auto-crit matter enemies, which basically means mechanical enemies. Which is the main reason that we went our way to get that stone weapon. Shortly after Viper Manor 2, we'll begin the Master Moon. As Dai mentioned in chat, there are some different weapons that fall outside of like the normal bronze, iron, silver, like the Annihilator or the plasma pistol, the Master Moon. Slow movement. Bit of a puzzle here, but goes real quick. Pick up a humor here. Gotta wait for the barrels there anyway. Nice. Sometimes that guy can block your way. Getting those little weird movements are to help crowd my characters. Make it a little bit faster for them. So they just slowly walk in. Can't remember. I don't think I can get around this character. Nope. Don't come back this way. Ah, you came back this way. Thanks, pal. I should have just let you walk. Didn't think there's room. There's a few iframes once you leave a battle from whatever enemy you strike. So if there's enough for 2 characters to get through here, I'll be able to walk past. And I didn't. Thanks. Coming up is the Rochester fight. It's kind of silly. We'll have 3 boss fights in a row. The Rochester has 1300 health, where the other 2 have 3k. It's quite the jump. one. GG. Yeah, what makes Sprig's Doppelganger so nice, not only the high strength, but just the consistency. The stats are always the same. So where this run I'm having like a really good links. If I happen to be lagging in strength, there's like a chance for him to catch back up, and it really doesn't affect the odds of be able to get a good run in. And we end up rescuing Fargo. We give him the key to escape. Be funny if he locked us in here. Coming up is Orca. For the most part, we've been using strength. Like if you had a choice between using a turn element or strength on a character, more times than not, it's stronger to use the strengthen. But we're actually not going to do that for this fight. Instead, we're just going to use... Orca's a red innate, so we're just going to keep the field blue. And using turn blue on White Knight and Lynx just ends up being a lot of damage. Where the strengthen would kind of weaken that effect. Newer strat that Evil Ash and myself created. We pretty much had it, and we both came up with it at a similar time. Keep story easy. Start there. Pew pew. Lovely miss. You just do this. He's quite squishy. Grobik, the next enemy, it's actually not mechanical, so you won't take auto crit damage. And he's kind of bulky. 31 strength. My last run I had the weakest surge ever. It's actually kind of fun at some point. This is the strength you would want for a world record run. My PB is a 650 something. I pretty much want a sub 650 and I could walk away happily from the game. I shouldn't say that, it's fun to always do runs. You may have noticed that I've been switching up the lead character often. The Sprig, whoever I want to buff is just who I want the lead character to be. Quicker minis. Harley gets her level 7 tech earlier than most characters. We're actually gonna be able to see it here. These guys have 350 health. Killed select, it makes the text go away. Time for Sprig's last hurrah as the White Knight. I should have healed there. Oh, I got to do something. Goofy fight. That's like Spray gonna kill Lynx. 10. That's alright, unless this 1-1 kills. Luckily it didn't. But not healing him ended up being my downfall. That's right. Dang, Surge. He's eating his Wheaties today. Makes up for some of the marathon luck earlier. Yeah, there's some different battle themes coming up. Actually, that was the generic one, oddly enough. This guy's just a mini boss. We'll have to kill him twice. Again, this enemy's mechanical, so Lynx is going to auto-crit him. And auto-crits... The reason why...
Sorry if this is a bad time.
Oh, go for it. I had nothing.
Do you mind if I jump in real quick?
Absolutely, go for it.
Okay. So we got a $10 donation from Pango Radio, saying, by saving Kid, I get slightly a bit more Chrono Cross. Let's do that. Again, thank you guys so much for the $10. It puts us at 615 out of 750. I would like, again, it would be cool to see the second goal be us to get that second goal. But even if we don't, that's fine. Thank you guys so much for all the donations. You guys have been awesome. Go ahead and get back to the run.
Yes, thank you for the donation. Sorry, that was actually the perfect time for me to walk away for a moment to get some more water. That was a little side scroller there. But more Chrono Cross is always good. It just takes a little bit of time. You can promote a little bit more. Go ahead. I don't have much to say for the next little bit.
Alright. Well, I guess in that case, I will let you guys know that we are No Glitches Allowed. This is a glitchless and no major glitches marathon supporting Go Rescue, a non-profit organization that's helping homeless dogs recover and find new homes. So every little bit that you guys are donating, all of that is going directly to Go Rescue. Also, I did set up a feedback if anybody was looking on the chat, exclamation point feedback. So if you guys have been checking out the marathon since the very beginning, or if you guys even just stopped like midway or something like that, that's fine too. But I really would like to get some more feedback to see how people have been enjoying the marathon, how, you know, what they've liked, what they've disliked, what they like to see, with like what games they would like, what more games they would like to see if I can maybe try to get them more into the marathon. But okay, we'll go ahead and get back to the action then.
Thank you. Here, Grobik is going to join the party. I'm going to put him in for a hot moment. I like hot edge, but it saves a few frames on dialogue. Sprig is being retired. Harley actually only has one more fight left with us. Alright, I mentioned earlier that there was a side quest that, well, I don't know if I said it was side quest, but we needed Karsh for something. At this point in the game, we can progress the story, and Harley would end up leaving the party, which wouldn't be a big deal. And we would get, we'll get Zoa or Karsh, so if I didn't have Karsh already, I could just progress the plot. Get to Karsh and then come here. But Harley's already equipped to do this next fight. This is part of the Master Moon side quest. Altogether, the Master Moon's about a 19-20 minute detour, but it's going to pay for itself with dividends because of its auto crit ability. I've been hinting at it. There's 9 types of enemies in the game. Actually 10 if you a bit want to get technical, but the 10th type is just like a non-type where there's nothing that will crit it, or auto crit I should say. So the Master Moon auto crits 7 of the 9, which includes the dragons and the dolls. Most of the bosses from here on out, it auto crits, so literally doubles the damage. Where the Rainbow Swallow has a little bit more attack power, but it doesn't have that auto crit. Salt and Pepper are actually quite serious in this fight. We more than likely won't see it, but they can start to cast nasty spells like Thunderstorm. I always love that Karsh joust is with his axe. Much like the Radius situation with Graya, Graya's sons are Dario on the right there, the blonde-haired gentleman, and Glenn. Dario gets in a situation, Karsh is going to kind of play the role of Radius here. We'll see in a different cutscene. And Karsh questions if it's the sword or if it's his jealousy towards Dario. This Karsh stands here for 10 years. Finally gets word that Dario and Riddell are going to be wed. Yo, Karsh, you've been staying there for 10 years. What? Part 2 again, the Master Moon will be defeating Dario. It's quite tough. He's the biggest run killer of the run. But that will be in just a little bit. Another property that the Master Moon has, I was just talking about the different weapons and the tiers. The game doesn't call them tiers, but for the sake of describing them, you got the bronze, the iron, and etc. There's a thing in this game called weapon variants, and the game doesn't explain it, but behind the scenes, how RNG is determined is that weapons, for the most part, have a 20% variance. So where the Rainbow Swallow has 25 attack power, it never hits for that 25 damage. It hits for 21 to 24. It's got a 20% variance. The Master Moon has 23 attack power, but it has a smaller variance. It's only 10%, which is same as the Annihilator. So they're more consistent as well. Just like how we did it with Glenn. Karsh is a green innate, so we'll be using him to do some big damage here. Karsh actually has a negative stamina recovery. He has recovery of 9, so for every AP spent he only gets 0.9 stamina back. Behold the power of his axe. This might actually kill. Yeah. Very good fight. Ooh, stone mail. Nice. Other thing, so that's Karsh's level 7 tech. Won't use it, but nice. Salt and pepper count as a normal fight, and we fought that robot twice. We have 3 non-boss kills. The next regular enemy that we kill will actually be a mini star level. So it's routed out to... Sorry, we're 2 away. Dario's also going to count as a normal fight. When I go to do the Earth Dragon Island, there's 2 random encounters that you have to do. The first one will result in a mini star. Dun-dun-dun. We're gonna be seeing some old friends. Old acquaintances. Halt. If you were hoping that we would get all these characters to join our party, you're in luck. Dark Surge, aka Lynx, finds out that we are here and begins attacking us. As I mentioned earlier, there's some theories, I kind of buy into it more, that Harley could be potentially Kid's sister or another clone of Scala. Because it's a little bit weird here that Harley mentions that you don't want to fight Kid. When Kid got stabbed from Dark Surge, she's like, "Oh, you're Lynx, aren't you?" But here she's forgotten it. And it looks like we'll find out why that happens later on with saving her. So I won't spoil that for now. And spend some time thinking about Kid. How she hasn't been in the party. Let the good times roll. After this, a bunch of people will join us, and then we'll see Harley have a moment of kind of thinking out loud, talking out loud. If you have Starkey in your party already, she's like, or he asked why she's leaking. She's like, "I'm not leaking, these are tears." We don't get that she's crying here, but she's sad. Harley also, she wouldn't say in the moment, but she mentions that to get through the next wall to the Sea of Eden, Chronopolis, that we need the blessing of the 6 dragons. But even that won't be enough. We need our original body. And strangely enough, for whatever reason, she just leaves us before fighting the dragons. Yeah, that track's really good. That's what plays for when we save Kid. Which, by the way, if you want to contribute to the bid war for saving Kid or to not save her, please feel free to do so. That'll be ending in about an hour and a half. Wait, we want to join too. RC is actually going to be a party member for the majority of the rest of the game. Run such a tease. 24 magic's very nice for Marcy. Her magic comes into play for the Dario fight. This is where I was talking about the 6 dragons. Between the 2 worlds, there's 3 dragons in each. Casually playing the game, talking to random townsfolk, they mention of rumors of a dragon. But really, even if you look for them, you would only encounter the blue dragon or the water dragon up to this point. There's islands like the Earth Dragon Island, or I guess you could see the Black Dragon if you went to Marble. Sky Dragon Island, but no dragons in sight. I'm out of hiding finally. The Black Dragon remains asleep. We didn't do the Radical Dreamer side quest. We'll still be given the relic. There's a few elements I want to buy here as well, since we're here. Dario's a black innate, and from the dragons you can steal a elemental breastplate that will absorb the respective color. So casually, one of the strats is to steal the black mail from this dragon and use it against Dario and just absorb all his damage, because he does some big damage. Couple extra spells I'm buying just in case we got kid. For now, I'm gonna go homeworld. I'll finish up the Master Moon side quest and then start doing the dragons. Actually gonna save. Again, this is the biggest run killer of the run. The game's got a lot of tricks. What's the minus plus on specs or spells? So what I was doing there was I was equipping a bunch of Ice Blast. Ice Blast is a level 4 element, but you can plus or minus equip the spell. So every spell has a spell power. So like the level 1 blue element is Aqua Beam, and I think it has a spell power of 12, 15, don't quote me. And the level 4 spell, Ice Blast, has a spell power of 38. The Aqua Beam has like a plus minus 7, so you can equip it as a level 8 element. And for every rank it goes up, it gains 12.5% power. But it's always best to use the highest level of spell. So an Ice Blast in a level 1 slot is going to do more damage than that Aqua Beam. Or putting that Aqua Beam in a level 4 slot is going to do more damage. It's definitely not a glitch, but one thing we abuse is using Strength and Eagle Eye as a level 1 spell. They're by default a level 4 element, but you can actually plus minus 4 on it, or 3, and equip it in a level 1 slot and cast it really quick. And that doesn't affect the spell power or the duration of that effect, and that's something I forgotten to mention up to this point. So I'm glad you asked that question. It still lasts the same amount of turns. Same thing for a turn element. Turn elements are by default level 1. There's no advantage to putting them into a higher level slot. Likewise, earlier in the game, our element grid only went up to level 5. So Frog Prince by default is a level 7 element with a plus minus 2 factor. So we could equip it as a level 5 spell, but right now we have it as a level 7. Plus 1 is spell power, and then 12.5%. Dario here, he has a script to use certain abilities, but he counters elements. So where he has 7 AP, it takes 7 actions for him to go. We're just going to get up to 6 and then use a spell on him, and he's going to counter. With the green, yellow, red, and blue elements, he just counters with a debuff. If you hit him with the white element, he counters with Conduct Rod, a very powerful black spell. And then using a black spell on him makes him use the Recovery All. And that resets his turn. So we're going to get this down to just having Marcy up. And we're going to... Oh, you'll see. You'll see. Dario has 4k health. Shouts to this team as well. A little bit differently. I was hoping for a burn there, but I didn't get it. Actually, I might have goofed this up. me see. If he goes, oops. And another thing that can happen is enemies can plus AP roll. So right now we're at -2 stamina, and Dario should be 1 AP away from going. And if that's the case, the game says you're at -1, you can't go. So we're gonna fast forward your next turn, you get a full stamina refresh, which happened. But if he would have +3 rolled, I would have ended up at 1 stamina. So it's plotted out carefully there to try to get you to a very low stamina to get the stamina refresh. And kill off links. So again, 7 AP, 7 action for Dario to go. We always want to burn up 6 AP. But he's 1 AP away, and even if he +3 a roll, we're still in the negative, so we're at -6. I needed, if I was down to my level 4 elements, where I only needed to hit twice, I still would want to burn up the AP. Oops. Weak-minded lowered his magic defense. Genius increased Marcy's magic. Turn red is making him take more damage from blue elements. Eventually those spells will wear off and we start to hit for less. Plus we start to use weaker spells. But the drop-off seems harsher, and a lot of it's because of buffs wearing off. If the burn effect would have happened, it's like getting 2 or 3 more on your magic. $24 is very nice. 17 is horrible. So Mazza Moon here, Mazza and Moon, they say that like feels like we've been in a haze for a while now, and they really don't know what's going on. I guess the malice kind of blocked their will. But their sister Doreen steps in and is like, "Hey, what are you guys up to? I hope you're not up to any mischief." And they're like, "Oh no." So like, "Well, I'm gonna tag along just in case." So I guess that's where the, instead of being the Mazza Moon, it becomes the Master Moon. And Doreen's actually a character in Chrono Trigger. She's in 12,000 BC. I didn't know this until I looked it up. But she's in the village. And there's also a risk reward factor with using level 2 or 3 attacks versus the level 1. A level 2 is like using 4 level 1s, and then using a 3 is equivalent of using 7 level 1s. in terms of damage. Riddell was needed for that fight, just for story trigger reasons. The main party will be Marcy and Fargo until we get our body back. We also get the Dreamer Scarf from that fight, which is really nice. Mithril helmet. Alright, I didn't get the Mithril helmet. Cool. You have a 10% chance not to get a drop. That's the second time I haven't gotten the Mithril helmet. Mithril helmet has 4 defense, 4 magic, and defense. Speaking of 12,000 BC, got the music going right now. I think Dario would be a cool character. He just reminds me of Hendrickson from Seven Deadly Sins. Anyone knows that? Yeah, if you're not using, if Dario's not countering you with the elements, he has a script. His first move is to use attack times 2 or 3. After that, he'll use his black attack, dash and gash. After that, I don't recall what it is. But the conduct rod was a counter to using a white element to him. Weak-minded, or genius for that fact, they won't stack, but it was just a means to kill off Riddell and Lynx when I wanted to. So again, 4 regular encounters have happened, and there's 2 here that we have to do. And so the first one will result in a mini star. Just by leaving this area and coming back, the bombs were already developed. The dragons are gonna look weak for the most part. Again, that's because of the script. They're just scripted to do normal attacks, and then they have some powerful elements that they use. The fight will just end way before that will happen. Reminds me of Donkey Kong with the fire. Donkey Kong Country 2. Clarify. Throwback to use the shell, push the shell. You want that guy to be on the cliff there. Again, got a second Dreamer Scarf from Dario. And you just see the power of being able to quickly get out 2 buffs. And thanks to having a high strength there, we were able to kill one of those with just a 3-3. It's more of so for a stamina push. You can see how much my damage got nerfed by adding a yellow to the field. We had 3 greens on the field, but having the yellow push 1 green off the field reduces it by 1, and then the yellow cancels out the green. And Sergi Boy did get his strength. And I haven't had strength like this in a while. This Brum was unlucky for the ghost ship having 3rd key. If this wasn't a marathon run. But Marcy's magic and Surge's strength is what you desire for a world record contender. Which is not going to happen this run. You just had to do it. Not with that attitude, I know. No auto crit on these guys. Of course. These enemies are actually quite slow with 21 AP. Oh, and we got 3 of them. Oh, thanks. No, I got nothing going on. Eek. Oh. Never seen it this bad. No auto crit to those enemies. That's that 10th type that's just a non-element or non-enemy type. Yeah, Close to War got the world record this year with a 646. Before that, it was Evil Ash with a 648. And then I got a 650. Then the Japanese world record is a 618. Aside from text speed, there's no difference between the Japanese version and the English. The Japanese version says about 25-30 minutes. The menus are also a lot more fluid. Here I want to make sure to select the second option. Once he attacked, I'm just gonna do 2, 2, 3. More so for a stamina push. And then 3, 3. Again, level 2 or 1 attacks will never auto crit. It's only the level 3s. Oh. Easy peasy. Yeah, the menu, when you're in the menu, it does have a weird resolution, as Dine was mentioning. The dragons reward you with the powerful level 8 summon. We'll use one of those later on. Right now we don't even have access to the level 8 helmet slot. Next up will be the water dragon. Technically you can do the dragons in any order you want to, except for the white dragon. The white dragon has to be done last. Also shouts to the earth dragon. It's got I like his design the best. Reminds me of Evangelion. One of the 2.0 units. Had we done the side quest earlier in the game, we would have seen why this place plays some sad music in an upcoming area. Oh, we see the fairies killed out by the doors. And I do like the plot with that, in that the fairies don't blame the doors, they actually blame the humans that forced the doors out of their homes, which resulted them attacking this place to inhibit it. I think that's just a very real concept that people don't get the bigger picture, the means of cause and effect. After the water dragon fight, Slaw, you can plug. I gotta get up for some water. The fight will be less than 5 minutes. I kill one random enemy. %50 chance just for one sidestep here. That's what we got. Those menus are a lot faster in the Japanese version as well. Actually, they're so fast that it's hard to note your strength. Hello, Frog Dragon. Give me power. The Water Dragon has the least amount of HP of all the dragons. No. You didn't roll such a low AP. We got away with, would have gotten away with it. So even though Lynx is not, or the glide hook still acts as a black tech, even though his innate is red. And go ahead, so I'm going to get up for water.
Alright guys, so I just want to give a quick reminder to anyone that might be new in the chat. We are No Glitches Allowed. This is a glitchless and NMG marathon. Supporting Go Rescue, a non-profit organization to help homeless dogs recover and find homes. If you guys would like to donate, use exclamation point donate. If you guys do donate, we have incentives here that still have, I think, one or two that we're still trying to get have the incentives met. But also right now we are at currently 615 out of 750. We've already met our first goal, which was 500, and now we are trying to meet our second goal here, which is 750. Again, I don't think we're gonna make it before this, but it'd be awesome to see if we could. But good. Go ahead and get back to the run. Looks like the runner's back.
Thank you. And yeah, there's just over an hour left on the bid war to save kid or not. Save kid is winning by $51. So if you want to help me out by saving the frames, donate to Not Saver. Or you can help add on to the pile the Saver, and I'll add her to the party for the most of the game. Normally we use Fargo and Glenn for the last bit. I can weave in Kid. Yeah. If you hold in the analog stick X as a X input, that's what happened there. At some point I have to get the star fragment here to recruit Starkey, so I'm going to do that right now. Normally do it later, but it's a little bit faster to do it now. Just by 10 seconds or so. Eek. So the goal there is to weave around these fishies. There's 4 of them. They're programmed to troll you pretty good. After battle, there's a few moments where enemies will still move. So these things will just dogpile onto you. And the hitbox on those school of fishes is very weird as well. Marcy doesn't have a smaller hitbox, but it's a little bit easier to see the contrast with her compared to Link's there. The Green Dragon Island. We can't get to by normal means. We need a method to fly there. If we would have chosen to save Kid earlier in the run, we would have came here and encountered some of these enemies. They're quite challenging early game when you fight them, if you choose to. But here we're just gonna mow them down. Frustrating. It's a bit frustrating casually if you didn't come here, because you kind of need to reset the scenario after these first 2 fights, and we'll do that by going back to the previous screen. Had you already come here, don't think that's needed. Go for it, dude. You can read the donation. Beep 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 up beep up.
Alright. So here we have $20 from King SPI. Saying hashtag save kid. So it puts us a total of $635. That means we are officially $95 away from our second goal. You guys have been doing absolutely. You guys have been absolutely awesome with all this. I'm glad to know that you guys are all enjoying this marathon. You guys are helping out this cause. Because again, this is a great cause. But again, if you guys haven't already, make sure to actually join the Discord. I forgot to promote that last time I came on here. It is pretty much the best place to keep up with any events that we're having coming up. Anyway, we'll go ahead and get back to the run.
Yo, Keen, thank you so much. Koopa Po. Keen's a excellent Final Fantasy 13 Lightning Returns runner. Thanks for the donation, dude. Also, why do you hate me? I have to do more work if I save Kid. My favorite death animations coming up. Over dramatic. Friend. Yeet. Here's the backtracking just to reset the scenario that I was talking about earlier. Also, when I grabbed the chest here earlier, there's a little dialogue box that occurs if you step on the blue area. It's not a glitch, it's just a text skip. And we got the flute, but do we need the fruit to summon the mighty Weenapede? We don't kill this guy before his first action is to call a friend. If he missed, he summons a friend. Not today. Or if our strength was low, we can also miss that damage roll. They have about 280 HP. You have the BBest of luck. Thank you. Another possible tie-in to Chrono Triggers, this little girl, which might remind you of someone. Booga booga. Friend of father? Father brave warrior. He went to sky. Oh, little girl, that's so sad. I would adopt you. Like to make that joke since Marcy's his kid, but doesn't own up to it. Here to progress the game, we got to kill 6 random encounters. Nice. We have an encounter with the Prehistoria man. We'll be running away. They cast confusion. That's no good for anyone. That 2-pause move is a little play on the action points. They have 21 AP. Nice. So mini star. Had a strength up. Again, you can have 2 buffered inputs. But if I did like a 2-2-3, that 2-2 is the first buffered. So if the enemy could go after them. I'm just playing the odds of hoping that they roll 5 or more AP. So 1 AP for the strength, 1 for the yellow or turn yellow. Sometimes with the dynamic camera, it's hard to tell what enemies are in the battle. So there, he rolled a 2 AP. 3-3, just a stamina push. Good. It's 2 of the 6. You can do any random 6 encounters. It's just best to stick around here. Don't do that to that little girl. It's a PG marathon. I don't know why I did that. Thanks for doing it to him. You take a little bit of poison damage for each step you do, but it's non-life threatened. In battle you lose a little bit of HP, but it's not much. We'll cure it in a little bit here. Lappy Bird. There's 2 of these. I'm actually gonna run away from this. Usually just get to 1. If I get 2 again, I'll fight it. Yep, Fate will be in just about that hour, which is the cutoff for saving kid or not. Swing and a miss. Could have got away with the glide hook. I have not had a run away from a bunch of these fights. It's definitely best when you can get just one. The reason why we're doing this is just simply to spawn the boss. Actually, I don't even have to use strength. Alright, Tyranno fight. He's the boss before the green dragon. He has a common steel that we want, the power seal. The power seal has 5 attack power. So if I don't get that, I'll be running away from the fight. You can also miss steals in this game. Your steal rate's based on your hit rate, and your hit rate improves as you hit the enemy. So for example, if Fargo got 3 hits in, don't know what his hit would be at, it'd be like a 95 or better. But if someone attacked him, it would go down to his base, which is like an 88. And I think it actually goes off your strongest. So the odds of stealing are quite low in that scenario. 90% chance to steal the item we want. Got it, good. Hopefully no Flappy Bird. Alright, if the bird doesn't go, we'll get the Frog Prince off here. Nice. If the Pterodactyl would have used the flap, there's a backup to get the Frog Prince off. Easy peasy. For the green dragon, we're going to use the Pendragon sigil. It says converts low elements to attack or something like that. Just attribute element attacks precede the weapon. In English, it means can absorb the element and add it to your attack power. We've actually had it for quite a while, and there's a A, B, and C, but they seem to all work the same. This boss, we know that Lynx will take damage from an elemental spell, so we'll use Eagle Eye, and the Green Dragon will use Carnivore. They'll convert his element into a green innate. We're just going to change that. Carnivore. We're going to add strengthen. It's 20% more damage. And then we'll turn them yellow. The green dragon is very fast with 5 AP. Push stamina here. Bada beam, bada boom. Looks really easy, but He's actually a very trolly encounter because of being so fast. 5 AP is the fastest enemy is in the game. That's the only fight that strat's used on. It doesn't absorb all spells. Like we're going to fight the fire dragon next, and I accidentally left the item on. Even though he does fire breaths, it doesn't absorb the spell. So I don't know if it's only elements that you can cast. Like Carnivore is a summon, or it's not a summon, but it's an element that you can get. I'm actually gonna say before the fire dragon just because. Marathon luck. Knock on wood. Never wiped to the fire dragon before. Which is another reason why I should save. And that's my windows. That's the 3 dragons in this world. We just had the fire dragon and the sky dragon left. About 40-50 minutes left on the incentive to save kid or not. Saving kid is winning by far. You want to save the frames or dog pile. Get those in. Again, we're taking some damage from blocking through the liquid hot magma. Right, Windows, you're not being cute. I've never had my computer do what it's doing right now, because it would happen during the marathon. Oh, I got super baited there. Oh, and then the other dog might have dog piled on. Oh no. Luckily you can heal between battles. Oh, I got lucky there. I thought the other one. So Fire Dragon has 2 different phases. He'll digivolve into his adult form after 900 damage. This fight's about setting up for big damage in its second phase. Strengthen. Eagle Eye. Turn blue. This should transform him. Rolling in the background is the AP for this second form. So it is possible for it to roll a 0 AP here and just automatically go. Which she'll use Fire Breath. That's alright. One thing is, even though my hit rate is 99% with Eagle Eye, you can still miss. In fact, it's not that uncommon to see a 99% miss in a run. That was a weird movement. The dragon just like warped. In fact, many runners, myself included, questioned the accuracy of the 99%. But Evil Ash did a Lou script on the game. Went over 10,000 frames one by one, and as a result showed that the 99% accuracy and just the accuracy overall is accurate. The game just has like certain frames where it'll go like 200 frames without where you'll miss, and then it can go like 3,000 frames where you'll hit. Sometimes you can hit like a certain rhythm where you'll just miss. It's just kind of hitting those frame rolls. There's nothing you can do to like manipulate it or know what frame roll you're on. It's just what's happening in the background. Need to heal up. At 37 strength now. I run 2 days ago, I had 39 strength for the last boss in the game. heal trigger can't be avoided, or we can't do enough damage to get around it. Bow down, dragon. Roar. With that, all the dragon relics have been obtained. We also got the almighty saints element. All the summons are mighty. Oh, we'll actually see saints later on. Right now is a good time for a donation.
All right. Well, quick, I will say that we do have one donation from Shogun Gundam 04 with $5. No comment. Thank you guys so much, everyone that has been donating. We are currently at $640. So we're about 120. No, sorry, 170. What is 170? If I'm mathing it correctly, away from reaching our goal. You guys, like I said, you guys have on my mind this past day. Maybe we should have put Chrono across a little sooner, huh? It's okay. But I will let you guys know, for anyone that might be new or anything like that, we are No Glitches Allowed, a glitches and no major glitches marathon, benefiting Go Rescue, a no-profit organization to help homeless dogs recover and find a new home. And you can use exclamation point donate, exclamation point incentives, stuff like that. And also use exclamation point feedback. We're trying to get more feedback from a lot of people. Try to see how people have enjoyed the marathon, what you guys liked, what you guys didn't like, what you guys like to see more of, stuff like that. Anyway, we'll go ahead and get back to the run real quick.
Yo, Shogun, thank you so much. Shogun's one of the very few, one of my first followers when I started speedrunning a few years ago. With Fire 2 actually was the game that got me into speedrunning. So thank you, dude. I see everyone's against Andy. And thank you for everyone else that's been commenting in chat. Been having a blast. So shoutouts to Orla kicking people into the second dimension. And shoutouts to my favorite waifu. Guess the St. Pauli's girl look going on. Sadly, we don't recruit her. We could have come here at any point and done the Orla fight, but we actually have a purpose coming here now. We're going to get the dragon pendant from the shaman. Just best to come here, and chances are we'll have a high strength to deal with that fight quickly. Apparently at some point if you talk to her, she said that she would give you the dragon tier. And it's dragon emblem, my bad. It's a dragon tier in Breathfire 2. I'm already mixing up the games. So with that, we have all that we need to get our body back. However, there's a character that we need to recruit. My favorite Martian. That item I grabbed earlier. The star fragment is needed to trigger the fight with Starkey. Starkey is required to make this boat fly. We don't have to do it now, but it just works out conveniently for routing. And actually, I take that back. We have to do one other thing. We have to show the dragon emblem to the shaman of this world, and then we get the dragon tier. Starkey's at the Sky Dragon Island, and we just have to go to Galdog. Star fragment. I guess Starkey falls into that non-enemy type category. No auto crits. And still crit him, just not auto crit. He's at 3k health. Or altogether, 3k. I'll actually get a mini star here. It's only 2 for this level. And we did get the E strength. So doing extremely well on strength. I'm normally just happy to have 35 like come the next fight. I don't know why, but I can never capture this guy quickly. Wow. Alright, welcome to capture Starkey. One fight to go as Lynx. I don't have to, but I'm gonna craft the stone sword. The stone sword raises, or it will raise Fargo's hit rate. Also will allow him to auto crit the boss coming up. Normally if Lynx is at a high strength, I forgo it. I used to always think this lady was like 50, 60. She's actually 21, so I'm sorry. No, she's a fan favorite to some. I apologize. Yeah, if you do the Radical Dreamer side quest, you do get Dyreens. She joins you after the Sage. You have to go to Nikki's boat. Dark Surge can give you a bit of a scare if you'll use Feral Cats, the level 5 tech. And then you get unlucky, you'll use Volcano, which will more than likely kill me. Volcano or Inferno, I always mix up the two spells. They're both nasty red elements that hit everyone. This is the human class, so we'll be taking auto crit from the Master Moon. Oh, very good starting AP. Just over 3k health. People are probably screaming at the house somewhere. Glide hook! Oh, glide hook wouldn't have done it. Bum bum. We just got some text here, so I know you just spoke a bit ago, but if you want to refresh or anything, feel free. Not. Enjoy our last moments as links. Also a plot about the evolution and Lavos giving attribute to that. Attributing. There we go, that's the word I wanted. Attributing to the evolution of humans. Also, close the eyes of the young. You're about to see where babies are where babies come from. Enjoy some water here. Fun fact, Chrono Cross at RPG limit break had to be put on night duty for this cutscene coming up. Or was asked. And where does he get the clothes from? So many questions. Oh, being reborn. It hurts. Fresh baby smell though. Coming up, I have a disc change. I'll actually say before then, just in case something happens. Never had anything happen I want a safety save before the next boss anyway. Need to get all those vaccines again. It's funny. At last, whoever we recruited as Surge, we can now ask them back into the party. It's like he just gave everyone a phone call. It's like, yo, I'm back. Want to join the party? Just let me know, you know? Oh, wait. Wait again. Actually, I'm kind of glad I fumbled there. It looks like Kid will win. There's about 20 minutes left for the bid war. And I'll use Kid for most of the fights. But I have to... I'm going to interchange her with Fargo. So it kind of remind me that I need to switch accessories. There's 3 islands that we gotta go to here. In order that you visit them does make a difference. You'll get a slightly different boss depending on order. So just reskin, but their AI is different. We're gonna do technically the hardest one. Our reward will be the Almighty Vigora spell, which can only be casted by a blue innate. Which is why Fargo makes for a good final party member. He's bulky and is a blue innate. It's also the reason why I can't use Kid for just on the Time Devour. Fight has a few different phases that we'll go through. On the final phase, you can cast. Again, I mix up the spell. I'm pretty sure it's Volcano. And it will kill you. Oh, I forgot to equip the stone sword. That was dumb. I'm actually gonna run away. He does Volcano next, and I screwed that up. I didn't expect things to go the way they did. In fact, I never had something happen there. I should have just stamina pushed with Marcy. Said I swung with Surge. Here's what I expected last time. Three. Still my turn. Basically, he does 1 AP away. Buffer 2 inputs. And actually, surprisingly, that killed. I would have done the dashes last year. Just a prank, bro. By far, this last hour, it's probably a little over an hour. It's my favorite part of the speedrun. Chronolopolis. We've seen this a bit in some flashbacks, but we're finally here. This is where the game just starts to backfill a ton of plot. First, we gotta deal with some robot. This bot has a phase change. Thanks to the phase change, after doing X amount of damage, it'll re-roll its AP. what Vigor does is it gives you extra stamina. That's the easy way to put it. But it really does something different. It gives you 9 free AP. That actually varies based on the caster. But if I wanted to, I could sit here and cast 6 level 1 spells with Surge, and it'd still be his turn, even though each one consumes 7 stamina. Vigor is really giving you 9 free AP. He's probably gonna get another turn in. Marcy with the +2. This place quite big. If you know where to go, it's fast. I like the eerie theme of it. I have not done it, but I've heard rumors of soft locking here. You get on this lift while it's moving. Something that nature. I don't believe there's a haste element. If anything, that Vigor would kind of fall into a haste-like category. The game uses a AP system to determine turns. So using a level 1, 2, or 3 attack uses 1, 2, or 3 AP. Casting a spell consumes 1 AP. It uses up 7 stamina, but it's only 1 AP, and then defends 1 AP. The way the speedrun is routed out is to get 1 AP away from the enemy going, and then you can buffer input, so you can do something like a 3-3, which is often what we're doing. And that gives you essentially 5 free stamina, or 5 free AP, I should say. Oh, not till later. This little cutscene talks about gates that Luca discovered. We're gonna find out that Miguel just saying like it's up to fate wasn't just like a cliche. Like there's actually an entity called fate, and Surge gained the key to the fate system, which is why fate was after us. The big reveal after killing Fate is that we were bamboozled. Well, to some extent, we pretty much had to kill Fate. But the dragons were luring us in. They're kind of like equal deities, except for Fate has the dragons under lock. And by destroying the Fate system, there's no longer anything to keep the dragons at bay. And something's gonna happen. Which to me kind of makes the plot anticlimactic in some regard, because it's not like we'll talk to the dragons again. We'll see why in a little bit. We'll pretty much just fight their avatars in the final dungeon. I think that's why I love this part of the game. It's just even though it's kind of anticlimactic with the final dungeon, it's like a fun boss gauntlet. All the fights are a lot of fun to do. Even if you're not the speedrunner, if you really like this game casually and like to do challenge runs, I highly suggest trying out the speedrun tech. Just using the notes, you don't have to finish it in one sitting. They're laid out very well. Evil Ash did a super awesome job. They're terrific. It's just faster to run away twice here. Been going on and on about strength and how it's so nice. I got so much. From here on out, or even up to this point, there's been some fights where maybe I could have skipped, like using a strength or something. But that's going to be even a bigger role going into these last fights. Every boss after Fate pretty much has a trigger at half health where they'll do a heal. So we don't want to over damage. We want to just get right underneath the threshold, and then we'll be finishing the fight with the X strike. So the route notes kind of are routed around doing it based on your strength. And if that effort wasn't put into the route or the notes, you wouldn't know how or why you're sometimes triggering heals to happen and not. Alright, that was fun. Project Kid. Is that a little frozen flame above the door? Never paid attention. I always thought it was like the hazard sign. It's actually probably the frozen flame. So yes, they can bend space and time, but they're only 96% certain that we are the Chrono Trigger. 96% certain with the DNA test. Fate. Again, we've been using Magnify and Diminish. Magnify enhances all elemental damage by 50%, and then Diminish halves all elemental damage. These two spells, they once casted, they last for the entire duration of the fight. Fate's first action is to use Diminish, and with Diminish and Magnify, it's first come first serve, and we want Magnify. So if Marcy doesn't get Magnify off, I have to run away. Fate has over 5k health and has very powerful black innate elements that are obviously gonna toast Surge, but can toast other characters as well. In here, yes, Robo from Chrono Trigger is mentioned, that circuit, and something about Mother Brain. Not as good with the plot with Robo and Mother Brain. Fate has some awesome music as well. This fight in Miguel wrecked me casually. Lots of resets. for Robo. Unlucky. You give her 2 Dreamer Scarfs. Bait's actually slow in my eyes. Bait's got 9 AP. Consider anything with 6 or less kind of on the faster side. Your odds of getting the Magnify off are quite good. Round 2, fight! There we go. Yeah, all the bosses have a little taunt if you run away. We're gonna beef up Surge's magic with Genius, and then we're gonna get the white field for the Saints. We use 2 weak-minded. They don't stack, but it's just a quick spell to cast. Lower the magic defense. Try and wipe the Fargo in case we need a little chip damage, which I don't think we will. You can also use the turn black on bait, make him a double black character, and Saints will hit harder. The Japanese run does that. $43, Dane. This is the strength you dream of. The game, again, backfilling a lot of plot. Kids spouts off a lot of stuff about the dragons and basically the frozen flame also evolved the reptiles, and they made, name slips my mind. They made their own Chronolopolis reptile list. It's about to be revived. Terror Tower. To me, it would make a little bit more sense if Harley did the talking. We'll find out during Terror Tower, but I'll just tell you now that there's 2 moons, a white moon and a black moon, and Terror Tower, the prophet, who is the prophet of time from Chrono Trigger, that saw his scheme The white moon represents the sky dragon. The black moon represents Harley, the sister of the 6 dragons, who was created essentially to guide Surge to defeat fate. And my personal belief is that I think she didn't want to do it. I think it's why she hesitates at moments like, you shouldn't go there, or are you sure you want to do this? But it's her destiny to guide him. First we see that Terror Tower gets revived. It's apparently under a giant glacier. I always thought these 2 cutscenes coming up were one and the same, and then eventually I got somewhat smarter and realized that the second one is the creation of the dragon god. Oh. And with that, the bidding war comes to an end. Oh, Dinolopolis. There we go. The frozen flame is a shard of Lavos. Here's the creation of the dragon god. Yeah, $75 to $0. Save Kid 1, so thank you so much to everyone who donated for that. I believe there are a few other runs and some other incentives. Do an explanation point incentive. And yeah, a little bit more to this marathon. So thank you all for joining us. Probably the best part of, or point. This is the best opportunity for me to plug in the Chrono Cross Discord. The Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross speedrun community share the same Discord. I don't have a link offhand. If someone wants to link it, it's more so for talking speedrun talk. But there you can find notes and any information about the speedrun, or you can ask questions. Always welcome new people. It's a great community. Even people that are not actively running the game are always talking and chime in when someone has a question. Glenn. 40. Glenn's strength does matter a little bit with the X-Strike. We actually need the Master Moon to save Kid. It was nice that happens to work out. Actually, while I'm thinking about it. Oh. My bad. My bad again. Just want to get those out of the way. I don't goof up. It's the princess. No, I've never done the hot shot. The L1 or L2? Is Laura to get kids level 7 tech? You enter in the machine the password. This music's really good. Shouts to got it. I don't know. One day we'll get Hot Shot %. We got to enjoy the music a little bit longer. And all the characters. Ayla, strong girl, grr. Chrono is cool. Call me sis. I didn't want to go through that. No, they just Mazza Moon just lose their power. There's various cutscenes that show little AMVs of this. Lynx. Hardly. Again, if you ever question what the cutscene in Chrono Trigger, if you played the PlayStation or the DS version, where you see the little mechanical robo go and Luca finds a baby, a blonde child, that is Kid, who is Scala's clone. This music's great. I'll actually take this dialogue slow. It's burning. Our home is burning. Luca, all my friends, they're there. Why? Why did this happen? You, are you going to go away? Are you going to leave me? I'll be left all by myself again, aren't I? Everybody I have ever loved has gone far, far away. I won't leave you. Really? Do you mean that? Your cheek, it's wet. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Why will I ever see you again? And fades away. Where did he go? Violin so good. Don't leave me, no. It's just a prank. It's a prank, bro. I have a weird quirk where I don't listen to much music, but I do fall in love with like anime themes, especially like intros to certain animes or outros or video game music, just because it often affiliates with some emotion. And this game made me really appreciate the violin just right from the start with the opening cutscene. A kid mentions here that anytime she's like fatally wounded, it's as if time rewinded a bit. So earlier when she realized that Dark Surge was Link's, time like rewinded for her, so she forgot that fact. And it's thanks to her Astro Amulet that we've been using to switch world, which is actually the pendant from Chrono Trigger. Or so that's what I believe. I'll put her in the party after Starkey here. We need the Martian. And I need Glenn. Yeah, you get that tidbit from that cutscene there. The jellyfish here can only be injured from red Tekka innates. So we have the Mighty X Strike. Use Strength in the Surge to increase the damage of this, and it also adds a red element to power up the X Strike. Oh, nice. The jellyfish has just over, or just around 1900 health. Saving Kid, even though she's not in the active party, she'll be in a few of these cutscenes. We learn, I don't know why, but they actually put a science to how we could breathe in the other world, and that's because Starkey's ship, even though it was dismantled, the oxygen machine was working. Starkey bed, nice and cozy. Engine may be rusty. It's like, this piece of junk might work. It's an anti-gravity device. Whatever. Attach it to your boat and it'll fly. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, all you have to do is load that thing on the boat, right? We have to attach it. And Glenn says the same line. Imagine whoever's there. You, Starkey done. All you did was load on the boat. Negative. Normally we just get on the boat, but a little bonus content here. Why do we live? Good question, Starkey. This run is on track to be about the 720 for the next runner. I'll let you know time-wise or where we're at when we're a bit closer. The ultimate or optimal party would be Fargo and Glenn. Glenn for the X-Strike, Fargo for Vigora, and he's just bulky. But I can go without Fargo, except for on the Dragon God fight. Fargo also being a blue innate to cast Vigora. Teleporter. Let me get the Predator. Actually, I need Fargo. That's right, I need equip her with some stuff. Oh, I don't know where your stuff goes. Turn blue. Strengthen. I did not test the route. Turn white, do I need that? I don't think I do. I don't need the genius either. If I'm wrong, I'll switch it out. As you probably noticed, different characters have different element grids. So the default spot for like when I go to Fargo, I expect to Oh. That's actually a newer tech there. Threw me off. Oh, and I actually got that right. Parator's first action is to use Wave of Fear, but I got a 2-2 off, and by doing a 3, it put him over the half health, so I triggered a heal. Double Annihilator for Glenn. That increases his attack by 5, but yeah, it's not needed. It would beef up the X strike. Sadly not needed. I would have went and got it, but it's about a 3-minute detour to do that. Alright, dude. What I was trying to explain there is that someone like Fargo, when I go into elements, I just expect strength to be the first spell, so I know hitting like XX will just default target surge and I'll cast it. But Kid's default spot is different, so I just took a guess where it could be. Looks like I have it correct. The dolls, just my own canon, I think of them as the avatars of the dragons. Got a little bit of platforming. It's not really platforming. Movement. I have a boss. A little bit of movement, and then it'll be a boss gauntlet. Slaw, if you got anything, this is a good time. If not, all is good. This unfortunate.
Alright, currently no information. I just want to remind everybody that we are, which is allowed, a non-profit organization. I mean, take two. No glitches allowed. A glitches and no major glitches on supporting Go Rescue, a non-profit organization. Well, dogs cover and find new homes. So if you guys are enjoying the marathon, make sure to use exclamation point donate to get, bring in a little bit more money for us to raise for the charity. Keep mixing up my terminology here, but also make sure to exclamation point Discord and exclamation point feedback. We're trying to get more feedback on the marathon, see how you guys enjoyed it. What you guys liked, what you guys didn't like. So join me on the Discord. You can keep up on the future events. If you're a runner, you can keep up. We're gonna have our next marathon. You can also, as a viewer, you can keep up with when that's gonna happen, so on and so forth. We'll go ahead and get back to the run.
Thank you, and you learned some bad habits of words are tough, especially from me. It's tough to see there. You want to use the shadows to kind of gauge where the enemy's at. That was an example of a poor execution. little bit tough on this platform. Right. Enemies actually a bit kinder with their sprites in this area compared to some of the other enemies in the game. These guys will aggro and chase you. I'd rather you just go left, buddy. Other ones were kinder. Yeah, we're on about the 720. It's my 650 pace. I was at like 610 with Fate. Pennyhead bleed, it's your turn to die. Dark. Sadness wave, reduce your attack. Waiting for that to happen first. Then using a strength will buff us. The way buffer inputs work, as far as like advancing the script, for example, at half health with these enemies and their heal triggers. If you have a buffered input, like a 1-3, if the one doesn't go over, or the damage from the first hit, if it doesn't go over half their health, it won't trigger the heal. So that Pyrotor has, let's just say an enemy has 3,000 health, and doing a level 3 attack does 1,000 damage, and doing a level 2 attack does 500, and a level 1 does 100 damage. If I got the enemy up to 1,400 or 1,300 damage, if I did a 1-3 and it did 100 and then 1,000 damage, since that 100 is under 1,500 health, they're half their health, it doesn't trigger for the heal to happen, even though the enemy at that point would have 2,400 damage. It's a bit more of a advanced concept of knowing the speed run. The notes just kind of allow you to do that without knowing that, but at a higher level, that's what's happening. The prophet, he... Forget if he reviews himself. Yeah, he does. He's from the Kingdom of Zeal. He was once known as the Prophet of Time. He mentions the vortex that swallowed Lavos and Scala, which got dropped off at this Dead Sea, not Chronolopolis. Apparently Star Wars happened. And it's here that it's mentioned that about the moons and how the black moon represents Harley and the white moon represents the Sky Dragon, and how the dragons used us to defeat fate, to unlock their binding. I think it was done to show you more, like, make you realize where you're at, because you're in this dungeon and all of a sudden they just want you to know, like, this is the guy from back then, like way back in Viper Manor. But Surge, dying, fate, all this was done all according to plan for the Prophet in order to save Scala, who is now merging with Lavos, becoming a new entity, the Time Devourer. We're teased about the Chrono Cross in its existence. Actually, I just realized I do need Genius on Kid for one reason. That worked. Here you can view, once you get the Chrono Cross, when you use the element, it makes a chime. And walking through that tall is the order of the Chrono Cross. Non-boss anymore. The tough one. Actually, our strength's so high that we didn't have to use strengthen for that. I'd say my favorite non-boss enemy is the White Knight, simply because the doppelganger is super powerful. It is quite funny that enemy uses in the scope. The green field and the other field effects we just now got from these boss battles. There's none for there's no white field or black field, and the blue field is actually on the next boss. Sadly, they don't help. They're nice casually to get quick summons, and you could use it to power up the X strike, but it's not worth it. But the field effect, if the colors are what you're attacking with, like for this fight I want to attack with, I don't think I put revive on there. And the strength I was going for. There's a strat I wanted to do there. So right there, perfect example. This guy's got 3k health, but 1400 health, he would do the heal trigger. But since the first three didn't do over the halfway point, which was 1400 health, didn't trigger for him to do a heal. But then if I would have just done like a 1, the script would have then updated and he would have healed. Normally I have a turn white element on Fargo. I would have used it there for additional white, and you have a chance to do a 0 turn strat on that guy. But I didn't have turn white. Two more dolls. With, the white doll and the black doll. That was the black doll. If I misspoke, I meant the white and blue Arla. Nope, not pre-recorded. The fights are pretty dynamic, so it's a tough run to commentate and run, let alone chat. That confirms it, pre-recorded. 48 strength. Aquator, the next boss, to kind of give you a little peek on the inside of the route, or the speedrunning notes. For the most part, pretty much plan on having at least 40 strength. That's kind of like the bare bones strat. And then there's a strat for Surge at 43 or higher strength. But if he's at 48, there's a slightly different strat. The top tiers, it normally just saves casting a spell or so. Take a safety save here. I have not had it happen in this category, but there is a bug that can happen for the Dragon God fight. We'll be going through multiple different phases. Normally you just take 0 damage to maybe like 50 or so. There has been some rare cases of taking 1k damage or more. Wow, wow. Ooh. Good enough for Mario. 48 is about the average. Well, I shouldn't say average. That's what the game is slated to do for the normal game, for Surge's strength. Oh, wait. Oh. Whip. I forgot I gotta go back to the teleporter for Fargo. Forgot you can't switch characters on the demand. We're hardly doing it. I never think about it. It's done on the world map. Need Fargo for Vigora. I need the Dreamer Scarf. And I might as well put this on. Whatever. I don't think I removed Revive for Kid. Have to check. I only have 1 Revive. Normally I wouldn't even use it. Yeah, he's got it. Alright, so that buffer input I've been trying to explain that might not have been explained too well. That concept applies to this fight. The Dragon God has 7 different phases. He'll start as a white innate, transform into all the other innates, Each phase has 1900 health. Again, the HP won't update if I do like a 3-3 and it hits for 1k, you won't transform. So I'm gonna be doing 3, pause, 3. It's just the way this game handles scripts. It helps us a lot more than it hurts us. We just had to take this fight a little bit slower. And yes, epic boss music. Again, we are about 20 minutes out. Credits are nice and long that you can play out. For all intents and purposes, this is the final boss. This is the Frozen Flame. The cousin of Majora's Mask. Very lovely. Each time Dragon God switches phases, his AP gets re-rolled. I'm pretty sure it's always to his max of, or his base of 10. After phase 1, he really shouldn't get a turn in. Tail whip. Goes into a yellow phase here. Using the strength in the eagle eye. Also add a green to the field and push the yellow off. I'll give the benefits of strength and eagle eye. And I'm going to do a 3 pause. That's just to ensure that we get the phase transition. Again, Vigor is a spell that, in simple terms, it gives you a bunch of extra stamina, but really gives you 9 free AP. So if you want to, you could cast off 5, 7 level 1 spells. Because it gives you 27 AP. That's actually, now I'm confused. I'll just shut up. This is gonna put us at a negative stamina. So when he does the phase transition, we'll get a stamina refresh out of it. Waiting for the turn blue to wear off. One final phase. Let's just add another black to the field, which I don't think is. So yeah, just 10 minutes away. I'm not sure how fall damage is calculated. It's weird there. I have been able to get the 900 1k bug to happen. Dabbled with the non-Master Moon route. And doing that, for this fight, I used Magnify. And there was a couple phases where I would trigger the big damage to happen. Actually, I have a save states right before it happened. And an interesting thing that was discovered was that it was actually frame-based of when the damage would happen, so it wouldn't always replicate every time doing it. I don't know if the other runs where it's happened, if Magnify was used, that's the trigger. That's the only hint I have. The Japanese community uses time at the end of credits, so it's faster to kill the time devour and have the slow credits happen. So they do any percent of bad ending. The bad ending would be like a minute faster for us if we just skip the Chrono Cross. If you cast the order of the elements in the correct order, it locks out the Time Devour's AI, even if you don't have the Chrono Cross. But we could just wail away with 3s. But that's not the right thing to do. Yeah, it's about 5 minutes away. I just have to get the Chrono Cross. This world has to look at this hideous statue, pterodactyl thing. Luckily, or unluckily, this world's gonna go away. The two worlds, the two halves merge together. I mentioned earlier that the dragon tier from each world, one became the tier of hate and one became the tier of love. And Lynx, after Viper 1 early in the game, mentioned that love and hate, him and Surge are the opposite sides of coins, and makes all these analogies. And it comes together here with the Chrono Cross, because the Chrono Cross is forged from the two shards of the tier from each world, two halves becoming one. Your Razzly's in another castle. We'll put Kid back in. Oh, it's fine. I just need to get Surge, Glenn, and Kid up to level 3. I could have took the Dream Scarf off of Fargo. So we'll just forego it. And yes, if needed, you can even run away from the Time Devourer. The boxes on these are a little painful. Sadly, the Chrono Cross doesn't do anything for you in battle, other than shows you elements at the top of the screen. You can actually equip it as a level 1 element. Go figure. Once I defeat the Time Devourer, there's a nice little melody that plays. I always like to be quiet for that. Just lasts a few minutes. Also, another thing that I realized after speedrunning the game, you can actually skip this cutscene that happens when Surge tries to, or when he does switch between worlds. Kids here will spill the whole plot for you if you talk to them. Time may go. If we were to bash it out, Time Devour has 15k health. Element time. Yellow. Red. Green. It doesn't have to be turn elements, it just happen to be fast casting spells. Blue. Black. White. This AI is locked out. Come to me. Thank you so much for the GGs. The credits are quite beautiful. So if the next runner's not ready, they're nice to play out, but not needed. Major time hits for this run. The pirate ship, I was third key. That cost a few minutes there, about 2. Doing kid and random kid stuff, that was probably about 10 minutes. Doing safety saves, and that was probably a few minutes at the most. Would you say just the miscellaneous stuff? It's probably close to 12-16 minutes. I had to run away from Vita. Well, I didn't have to, but I felt better about doing that. I had to run away from Fate as well. This run went was actually really good. I had like one of the strongest surges ever. So 2 days ago I had the weakest surge ever, and then this one tied for probably the strongest early game, or earlier in the game I should say. George, ready to take over? So if you're in the Discord, if you did the bad ending, this pretty much fade to black real quick. Was it all a dream? George, do I have you? Alright, I'm gonna drop the stream starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good night.